Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
No.
Push a button.
Yeah, it's on. Hello. Hi. Could you hear me? Barely, eh? Hello? Hello. Good afternoon. Can you hear me now? Okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I'm going to have to look down like this when I give my report. Pardon? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to first send some condolences to the family of Philip William. As you know, that our AGA was going to be a 3-day event, but because of the death, we canceled Saturday's events. So welcome, everyone. We just want to thank you for all coming out, for your interest in our annual General Assembly. It's really hard to be able to conduct business when we know that the room is not full of our members. I wanted to talk about some of the fires. First of all, we continue to have meetings with the Ministry of Forest Wednesday mornings and Friday mornings because of the Taddock fire. The Greer Creek fire is under control and they're doing cleanup right now. The fire at Taddock is still growing. It's at 21,000 hectares, and there's about 150 firefighters that are out there right now fighting the fire. And as you all know, because of the fire situation, we had to cancel our cultural camp this year. But we were able to bring it into community, even it was really, really tough with the smoke to be able to carry on the activities. I do want to thank Rachel Thomas and Dina and all the members who were supporting the ladies during the cultural camp, so we were still able to have 2 weeks of activities. On behalf of Council, Chief and Council, I'd like to thank our staff, our General Manager, Cora, and all of the staff who give a lot to the community and to their jobs. And your dedication and commitment to Saik'uz, to our this administration office, doesn't go unnoticed, and we just want to acknowledge you today. I'd like to express my gratitude to Council here sitting beside me for your efforts and your commitment to our nation. Your support means so much to me. It means a lot more than you would know. It really gives me strength, and when it's tough, I just thank you for being there for me, and I appreciate you. So I'll just talk about some of the projects that's happening and some of the things that the Saik'uz Council is working on. A while back, we did a engagement session regarding Artemis Gold, and there's an agreement between the 3 nations, Natle, Stelako, and Saik'uz, and we are still not engaged right now in conversation. I did speak with Chief Robert the other day, and we decided to go to mediation, so that will help us to decide on how to move forward with the agreement on the benefits sharing portion of it. BC Hydro, I don't know if you've heard that BC Hydro is going to be twinning their lines from Prince George right to Terrace, and we are in very early discussions with BC Hydro. It's very similar kind of to, I think some of you in the room, previous council members would know the CGL project, and a lot of you worked on that and negotiated an agreement for our community. So we are in very early discussions with BC Hydro and looking at options. There is a group of nations that are sitting down with BC Hydro right now that we're kind of not really involved in those discussions right now, because we don't feel that some of the nations that are at that table should be at the table. The Bednesti log building, I'm sure you've heard that we're moving it back to Saik'uz, and we were hoping that is going to happen before the snow flies, before December. and Cora will give a little bit of an update on that. We are building a clan house here in Saik'uz. We were able to apply for funding through Indigenous Service Canada, and with the support of Sandra Isaac from CSFS, we were able to get a grant to build a clan house. We don't know what the clan house is going to look like. We are hoping that Sandra and some of the staff from CSFS and our community members will be able to have some engagement sessions to find out what do we really want that clan house to look like. What our purpose, our main objective is to make sure that our kids are not leaving our community, and that MCFD does not come up here to deal with our kids, but it'll be our own members that will be keeping our kids in community. So we do have funding for a clan house, and that will be another project that'll, it's just in the very early beginning stages. As you all know, there was an election in Vanderhoof, and we got a new mayor. Kevin Moutre will do, he'll say a few words tomorrow morning in the beginning of the AGA. We still do meet with the District of Vanderhoof on a quarterly basis, so we meet with them 4 times a year. We talk about, a lot of concerns that our members have regarding Vanderhoof and racism. And we do now have we did a ceremony, and we do now have a Saik'uz flag flying at the district office. And we also have another Saik'uz flag at the Vanderhoof school board office. Forestry, Jasmine will do a report on forestry because she sits at that table. And but we are still sitting with the province, engaging in forestry. I think we've told you before that we do have control over tenure in our territories, and there's 7 bands that are all working sitting at the table with the province. And at the same time, we are talking about renewing Pathways 2.0. The agreement expired in March 31st of this year, 2023. And because of COVID and because of all of the communities that had to shut down, we are behind in a lot of the expectations, I guess you would say, that the province expects of this money. So there's a lot of things that still need to happen in communities. There's a lot of good work that is happening. So we met with the province last week with the chiefs and to talk about extending the agreement to another 3-year term. The province is looking at maybe a 5-year term, but we're asking for a 3-year term. We haven't really decided what we're going to do there, but we are still in negotiation with the province. The healing fires, I'm sure you've all seen the beautiful gazebo that was built here. It is complete. We were going to do the opening ceremony of that tomorrow, but we've canceled all of our activities. We will look at another date that'll work for everybody to, we have invited some of the chiefs. We've invited some of the ministers from the province so they could see some of the work that we're doing. And we are still also involved in the healing fires that are happening in Prince George. We've asked other nations to host the healing fire, so we would have one on a monthly basis, so we'd be able to reach out to all of our members. So there was one yesterday in Prince George, but we weren't able to make it. And just a quick update on Clive Ventures. Clive Ventures was an agreement between 4 nations, Stelako, Saik'uz, Notley, and Clately. And we formed the partnership because of the Coastal Gas Link project, and because it's completed in our territory, in most of our territories, Saik'uz has decided to, along with Clately, to kind of, I guess, withdraw from the membership. We still need to speak with the other nations to see kind of how we're going to move forward with that. One initiative that we are working on is trying to get our elders out to visit with other nations. And we had an outing in the spring, early summer, with NASCO and Clately. What our main purpose is for us to kind of have those discussions around overlaps, around how we're related to each other. Some of the elders have asked us to do the same thing with Nakaslin, Glasden, Yukuche. So we've given direction to staff to continue those visits with our elders. We have also reached out to some of the nations to talk about overlap. It's a really big topic, and I think the clans and clan leaders definitely need to be involved in those discussions. I wouldn't want to start those without proper protocol regarding our clan system. And I think a lot of you heard that we do have an agreement with Sinclair, Nechako, L&M, and they're going down to one shift starting October 31st, and so it does affect our community because there's gonna be about 5 or 6 of our members that are gonna be laid off, and so it is a big loss to community. Cora was involved in a meeting with all of the partners, so I'm hoping she'll give us a short update on the outcome of that meeting. I want to acknowledge Miranda, our manager from the daycare. We were able, she applied for funding for us because we all know that we are growing out of our daycare, and we were successful in getting the money to build a new daycare. So I just wanted to say thank you to Miranda for all your hard work, and our general manager. And so we're pretty excited about that. I don't know what the design is going to look like yet. We'd like to bring that to community. We are looking at the site of the old pink school for the daycare, but we're going to bring that to community too before we decide. That's just something that's kind of was put out there. And the new health center, you all see that ground was broken, and then we had to stop the construction because there was a lot of artifacts found on the site. So that really put us back about 3 months behind construction. Otherwise, the health center would have been started already. Rio Tinto, our legal counsel is going to be here, is it tomorrow? Or I'm not too sure if they're going to be here tomorrow or this afternoon to give an update on the appeal process that happened about 2 months ago. We sent a lot of our members down there to listen to the proceedings. So Melinda will give us an update tomorrow regarding that. And on the other note, we are still sitting down, the 3 nations, Stelako, Notley, and Saik'uz are still sitting down with Rio Tinto to still talk about other ways of, other ways to come to an agreement regarding that Alcan and the flow of the water and who's going to have control over that. Tracy Michelle will be here tomorrow. No, she'll be here later on after dinner, and she's going to give a brief update on the treatment center at the Tachik Lake Resort. The funding for the project, the cost of the project has doubled. And we were looking, I think, about 18 million or so. It's going to be double the price now to build that treatment center. So there's a group of chiefs that are sitting down with the province and First Nations Health Authority to advocate for more funding to make sure that that treatment center is built, because we desperately need it, and that it's going to be able to, we're going to be able to have the funding to keep it running. And a little bit of the opioid crisis. So some of the things that we're trying to do, one example would be our Healing Fire. We host that on a weekly basis, and we know that there's a lot of people struggling. A lot of this came out of COVID and people getting, kind of depressed and more addicted to drugs and alcohol. And this is one of the ways that we're trying to address some of the hurt and addiction that's happening in community. We do want to acknowledge and honor those who have stepped away from that lifestyle on your own and the strength that you show. People are watching, just so you'll know that you are an example. You do set an example, and I just want to honor you for all the hard work, because I know I'm sure it's not easy to overcome. And yeah, that's all I have for my report. Merci, thank you.
All right, thanks. So thanks for that, Chief. Next report, we'll go to Jasmine Thomas. Rodney on deck. Allison in the hole.
There we go. Okay. Howdy, Saik'uz members. My name is Jasmine Thomas, and I sit with the Nulkai Watan Frog Clan. I would first like to send my condolences to the family of Philip Williams and to all those who are grieving over the loss of their loved ones. I appreciate the opportunity for our council, for our staff, to be able to share with our membership all the work that has occurred within our organization and community over the past year. I am honored to serve as one of your elected council members. I remain committed to advocate and represent our community at all levels, and to do so confidently and to the best of my ability. My full council report can be found within the AGA booklet, so I will just highlight some of the areas that I have supported alongside some of my fellow councilor members here. I will also provide some updates from the collective Carrier-Sicani First Nation negotiating tables that I also engage on in a number of capacities following my remarks. Thank you to all our staff who have helped make this AGA possible. I appreciate all the extra work that goes on behind the scenes to make this event a success. It looks so beautiful in here. Under our strategic framework, my governance goal is environmental stewardship. I've been primarily focused on issues related to lands and resources, as well as associated economic development and employment and training opportunities where they intersect. Under the leadership of our Lands and Resources Manager, supported by our moccasins on the ground, a significant amount of work occurs in collaboration with other technical teams and legal support that all contribute to the overall management and stewardship over our territory that spans over 1 million hectares. I do recognize that many other departments within our organization have also contributed to these collective efforts. It will take a team, a community, to tackle many of the challenges and opportunities that are before us today. All these collective efforts have been instrumental in providing leadership with the necessary information to help make informed decisions regarding resource use and management within our territory. The work of our environmental monitoring team is so important and helps us hold those operating and want to operate within our territory accountable to the goals and values that we hold as a community. While we have established relationships with some logging companies, such as Nechako Lumber, there are companies like Canfor who have historically failed to work with our community in a meaningful way, and this has been reflected on the land. Although today the Canfors of the world are realizing that they have to engage with us by means of pressures ultimately resulting from our negotiations with the province of BC and with the Carrier-Sicani First Nation Collective. I will share more updates on the processes following my remarks. Various technical reports and analysis have occurred and are in development, evaluating the past, present, and future state of our territory, which supports leadership in making informed decisions regarding land use and management. While we know that our lands and waters have been severely impacted by industry and the mismanagement on the part of the province and Canada, We are now on the path of driving rehabilitation and restoration efforts and are taking measures to help address some of these issues, such as historical compensation. I will note there are significant capacity challenges in terms of human resources, not having enough staff onboarded within our organization to implement the immense workload that is placed upon your leadership, your management, your staff, but also within our community and across Carrier country alike. There is no shortage of work in our community. Many positions continue to remain vacant within our organization, even though the number of staffing positions has almost doubled in the last few years. There is still so much work to start, to complete, and to plan for at the community level and also at the nation level. Keeping up with the pace of growth is a challenge. There are growing pains, not only amongst ourselves, but with industry and all levels of government and institutions. While our regional economy continues to shift with the declining forest industry, we have to prepare for an economy that is not solely extractive, just taking from the land, but is shifting more towards restoration and rehabilitation, where we are giving back to her, not only for our lands and resources, but for our people. And all this important work, it just can't happen quick enough. For example, there still remains a shortage of available housing, critical infrastructure, and other programs and services that would enable us to attract the necessary talent, the ability to bring our members back home, who are all required to fill many of these positions that are essential to serve and advance our community more efficiently and effectively. Leadership and management are all working towards finding and implementing solutions to address some of these ongoing issues I mentioned, and are looking for new ways of doing things. But starting new things and doing things differently isn't always easy. Change management can be scary for so many people, especially on a community who have experienced so much trauma that affects each and every one of us to this day. We know our population of 1,000 is only anticipated to double within the next 10 years. We are thinking of strategies to accommodate this growth and to try to base our decisions on those types of projections. People want to come home, but we do need more housing, even though the number of new homes built in our community since 2016, which I estimate has increased by at least 20%. This includes some of the new housing builds our staff are working hard behind the scenes to realize for our rapidly growing population. While there are opportunities and challenges here internally at Saik'uz, the path to meaningful reconciliation with the outside world is overdue, but it is ongoing, and it is not an easy or expedited journey. There is a lot of work ahead of us as a community, collectively with our neighboring nations, and with others who occupy or who have made their home in our territory today. I will continue to advocate and work towards measures that will help support the healing and well-being of our community and for our lands and resources that support that healing and our way of life as Yinka Dene people. I will continue to support our council with all efforts to help restore our Nechako River to a sustainable flow that will help to revive our threatened fisheries and support measures that will assist our community with the ability to meaningfully exercise our rights to harvest the resources that come from our territory and our waters. While there are many other files that I will continue to work collaboratively with other members of council on, such as health and emergency operations, a lot of my focus has been on forestry, has been on stewardship and engaging in government-to-government agreements with the province and the other Carrier-Sicanni First Nations. As a mother to 2 young children, Sophia and Keanu, I'm extremely thankful to be able to attend the many meetings that arise virtually, and would like to thank council and staff for accommodating this where possible and where appropriate. Working remotely has definitely decreased the costs associated with travel, but it has also created much busier schedules for those who have adapted to the new ways of doing business through technology. I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share my knowledge and skills with the community I am honored to serve. Snatchalia. I'll provide SFN update.
Thank you, Jasmine. Next presenter is Councillor Rodney Teed. Take it away, Rodney.
Thank you, Dave.
Sound
Everybody
check.
hear me?
Sound check. Good.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the following to present for you today the value and trust in me to serve our councillors. Over the past years, the community has faced difficult and challenging the challenges that COVID has put upon us, that the cost of living, and our council is maintaining a healthy community. We have been working to stay the course and complete the project that was behold because of COVID. These projects include the community park, expansion of Joseph Street, the new daycare, the new fire hall, and new health center. We would like to emphasize the report is importance to the culture. It has been a valid part of our history and experience that needs to, while it's a part of our future. Our healing and success as a nation lies to embrace the culture and using its foundation to navigate the future of governance with chief and council and the clan leaders to make the decisions together. We experienced the challenges like never before. Positive development are being seen in all political levels as an Indigenous nation. Take back control and use knowledge in our traditional government system to make a difference about the land and their people. First Nations people of British Columbia and Canada and even the world has in our recent court cases that Saik'uz First Nations historical path agreements has provided us with the means of bringing about significant change for our community. Our elders taught us to live happy and meaningful life between being honest and hardworking and caring for others. We as a people need to accept the responsibility ourselves and behave in a way that honor our ancestors. I have worked hard as a counselor to be a good role model and lend in a good way from our people. With thanks to acknowledgement of our Creator, we set a good intention. So I have the strength to help my community. And I like to give a good hand for the workers within the band office, because they take on so much roles as to get things across for me to understand, to take to the government and be a good advocate for Saik'uz. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Rodney. Next up, Councillor Allison Johnny. Allison, sound check, Allison.
Test.
Right on.
Good afternoon, everybody. Really glad to see everybody here today. I sure wish that more of our people would show up, though, because there's a lot of stuff that's going on in the community. Council have really good reports to let the people know of what was going on. I haven't created a report here for anybody, so I'm just gonna wing it and go off whatever comes out, I guess. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for being here. And first of all, I'd like to send my condolences to the William family. And I'm hoping that everything works out for you and things go in a good way. Because when you have somebody that passes away in your family, it just kind of tears everybody apart. I know that because my family was torn apart when my mom passed away. So to get everybody back together, we need to work as a community and be in unity together. For me, my biggest passion is our children in care. It's always been my passion because I'm a child that came out of care, but in the last while, I haven't really done anything for the band. I've kind of stand in the background. I do attend my regular scheduled meetings, and big thank you to Andrea. You know, she's our technical person there on part of the council there. So whenever something comes up, she's putting it into the system, so I know which meetings that I need to go to. So Andrea, I'm really appreciative of that. And also, yeah, I don't know. I attend all my regular meetings, and like I say, my passion is the kids in care, and I haven't been able to do that in the last little while, just kind of new staff coming in and just kind of taking over. So I kind of taken a step in the background and just kind of let them do whatever they needed to do. And but I want to be more involved with our kids in care and to be able to deal with the ministry, work with Carrier-Secani Family Services so we can give some good feedback of how the foster homes used to be and how they are now. Like back in the day, you know, we never got anything for being kids in care. It's pretty much what we got, but nowadays it's kind of a big help with family services offering these extra funding for our kids, and to be able to keep our kids in community is like amazing, you know, and for them to be able to learn who they are, where they come from, our tradition, our hunting, our fishing. I didn't get to do all of those as a kid. I was a farmer, so I did farming, but then, you know, that makes you a hard worker. But I'm always looking forward to do anything that I can for the people. That's my first and foremost, is the people. I think about the people and what you guys are going through and what needs to be done. With me having my little store there, it's really nice because I have a lot of people that come to me in the community just to talk to me. Why we're doing this, why we're doing that, you know, and some of them give me good feedback of what I'm doing wrong, you know, and I know there's times where I am mouthy or I'm whatever, you know, but when I got COVID, it just kind of, it sent me in a whirlwind, and, you know, and I'm still trying to get over that COVID, and I still have effects from it. But, you know, I'm going to do the best that I can for the people. I haven't attended all these big meetings that the councilship here has, but I do support them and I stand behind them. And any time that they need me to come forward or attend a meeting, I will be there for whatever is needed. So, but I'd like to thank all the members for coming out today, and don't ever think, you know, that, I know a lot of times that people think that we don't care because we're in leadership, but our first and foremost thing is our people, you know, and we're watching our people suffer, we're watching them hurt. We're going through the drug crisis. We're going through people that are throwing knives and not even trying to help the community, you know, and they're bad-mouthing people and knocking the community. And that's not what we should be doing. We're here as a community. We should be building each other up. And if, you know, if there's anything that goes on, if anybody has an issue with me, my door is always open, and I'm not afraid to say what's on my mind or to talk about something that you want to say. You know, so my door is always open. Let's not badmouth people and backstab one another. Let's become a community again. We are long overdue for this, people, you know, and it's time we come together again. Look, back in the day, these tables used to be full. Now look at us. It's hardly any of us. And that's sad, you know, because a lot of the people say they don't know what's going on, but how come they're not sitting at these tables? How come they're not helping council? Come and tell us something. Come and work with us, you know. That's why you elected us in, was to help you, talk for you. And if we're doing something wrong, come and tell us. because we're all the same people. We come from the same community, you know, and I love each and every one of you. I never turn my back on anybody. Even if I don't like you, I'm still gonna talk to you and I'm gonna do the best that I can for you. So thank you to everybody.
Check, 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 check. Thank you, Allison. Next report, Jason, Alexis.
Sound check, sound check.
Sound check. Hello, everyone. I'd like to thank everyone for showing up, and then for everyone that's online that's looking at this presentations. I'd like to thank the elders that have showed up. I think really appreciate your attendance, and just about my report. I don't have much to say, as I was just indoctrinated as a counselor in March 27th. My name is Jason Alexis. I'm part of the Frog Clan, and as of recently, I was asked to take the responsibility of being asked by my brother to be his runner as his runner for being Deneza. I'd like to thank staff. I really appreciate all the staff. I know how hard everyone works here. It's very hard work, and the band is growing so fast, and we're trying to keep up with our growth, and there is a staffing shortage, and I thank everyone for all the staff that works tirelessly to keep the business of the band working for the people. I'd like to thank everyone that voted for me and had the confidence in me to advocate for the band. And as you know, I was voted in on March 3rd, wasn't really sworn in for a couple of months. So I don't have much to say. I'd just like to say that I try to work with the staff and council as best I can, and look forward to learning my new roles. I do sit on continue to sit on a number of technical teams, and just hoping that everyone is doing well and trying to work towards a healthier community. Thank you.
Check. Thank you for that, Jason. So before we open up the floor to questions, let's do a draw. If the folks for the door prizes are ready to do one, spring one out for you, and somebody will get something, right? The odds are very good that somebody will win. Like I said, the odds are, I got you there, Stephen. We'll do this draw first and we'll get you on the first question. So sound guys, those mics are good to go. You want to bring the mic to Steve there? He's going to ask the first question. He's right at the center. But before we get there, Steve, we'll just do the door prize first, okay?
Sounds good. Testing.
I went out there and seen spots. Yeah.
I know. I'll go
So
find
guys, I have a mic to the video, for the crew that's videoing, so be careful what you say to me. Okay. Not ready for the draw? Okay, so once we get the draw organized here, we will get one done for you. But in the meantime, let's go with Stephen. Stephen, you have the first question.
Howdy.
Sound check for Stephen.
Sound check.
Yep, hear you there, Steve.
Okay. Question being, I posed this question beforehand or during the last meeting, and I'm going to pose this question yet again. What I'd like to know is, why are we still in talks with Notley and Stelacco? I'm sorry, Dave, it's got nothing to do with you or the job you're doing. Don't worry about that.
Yep.
But the talk was that we were going to be breaking away from them because, and I'm going to repeat the statement from that last meeting, because historically, we've always done good on our own. So why haven't we broken away from these other two reserves as of yet?
So I'll just rephrase the question for council, and you could all answer if you wish. Why are you partnering with Stelacco and Saik'uz on certain negotiating tables? Chief? Sound check for Chief. There you go.
Sound check. Hello. Sound check.
Yeah, can hear you.
Okay. So direction that we got, Stephen, from our last meeting was that I go and engage with Stella and Notley. This was regarding the Artemis Benefits Sharing Agreement. So we have done that. Like I said, we haven't spoken since, but I met with Chief Robert, and we are in agreement that we look at mediation. The agreement is it's a big agreement, and I don't think it'll be wise that we step away from the other two nations. I think we need to try to work together on coming up with an agreement that we're all going to be happy with. Anybody else?
And then we'll get to Jasmine. Councillor Jasmine, sound check.
Thank you, Stephen, for your question. Again, why are we working with our neighbors, Notley and Stellatin? I think there are many different files where we have a relationship with those communities. One being the Artemis file that Chief Priscilla had mentioned just now. So that is a process that is still pending in terms of seeking a mediated approach and finding a way forward so that we can all engage and benefit from that project. So that is one file. We also sit with them collectively at the negotiating tables with the Carrier-Sicani First Nations, and I think that is critical to advancing us collectively. We wouldn't have made the advances we have to date in terms of forestry stewardship, even attaining a government-to-government agreement with the province without that collective effort and without that collective unity. The province doesn't necessarily want to engage on a one-on-one basis with all the First Nations, especially when there's so many issues that are very similar to us. Just in the sense of forestry, for example, when we look at the northern Carrier-Sicani First Nations and the southern, Notley, Saik'uz, Stellatin, and Silkazko, we've been the most devastated from harvesting of forestry activities and mountain pine beetle and other industrial activities. So we have that similarity, and we're able to use that to bring a collective force. So I think it's imperative that we continue to work with our neighbors where we can and where it is appropriate, and it's to our best interest.
Thank you, Jazz. Thank you, Jazz. So Rodney, go ahead, sound check.
Check. Thanks for your feedback there. It's because of the way the power line's going through 3 of the reserves within our nation. That's why we're together, because it affects Stelacco, Notley, and Saik'uz That's why we have to come to the table, like Councillor Jasmine said, we have to come together as carrier people, as Dene, or not Dene, but Yanka Dene. We have to come together and come to some kind of agreement that we have to work together. Yeah, anyways, and that's why we're working together with transmission line.
Okay, so sound check, sound check, sound check. All right, so any other council members want to address Steve? We're good? All right, so we'll go to the next question. We had the fella there with the gray cap, then we had Jeffrey, and I see your hand back there, so we'll get to you.
Howdy.
Sound check,
Sound check, sound check.
your
Howdy,
name.
Sundo.
Yeah, just say your name for the record.
I love talking in front of you guys. I want to talk about when Allison said, like, treat our staff good, right? But our staff treat us horribly. So how is that? It's a two-way street, right? And I've been coming here for quite some time. I've been disrespected by not only the staff, not only the leadership. And like, it's a two-way street, right? You want respect, you give respect. Simple as that. And I dealt with, like, my 2 days since I've been working here, I witnessed with these eyes staff talking about sexual content and like non-professional behavior and bad attitude, and that should be addressed. Who runs this shit? And they're like, they feel comfortable talk about like private parts and sex in a professional building when they should be working, not talking about private parts. And not only that, like, I've been trying to address some things myself. Like, I've been trying to clear my name because a horrible person spread a horrible lie about me. I don't know how that is good behavior or treating each other good. Like, I just want to say that we should create a safe space for our people and our youth. We should create a proper security system so we have a secured area where drugs cannot be put in here whenever they want, or people that's not allowed in the community. Because there is people that are not allowed in the community, is within the community, because they brought drugs in the past. And like these people come in and out whenever they please, it's like we do definitely need a security system. It needs to be done. We don't need a little smoking section where you could hold hands and sing Kumbaya. No, we need a proper security system. Like, drugs is out of hand. We all know about this. We know who sells drugs. We know who is a part of it. We have people that led the community as a part of it, that kept quiet. And we need to prevent this from continuing to happen, because like I've been saying for the past few years, people will continue to die and continue to go missing until we do something about this. And we all know who they are: Billy Hickson, Derek Harper, all of them. We know who they are. We know who you guys are. We know what you guys sell. But what are we doing about it? Nothing. And that's not including the leadership and the staff. It's the people as well. And sometimes the people don't know how to help themselves because they're too sick. So sometimes we need to help the sick ones to realize they're sick. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I was sick myself, and I had a leadership that paid me to steal from you guys so I could go buy drugs, or pay me in drugs to steal from you guys. And I've done it. And I apologize. I'm no longer that person. But I will hold these people accountable, because it needs to be done. And it's out of hand, people going missing and dying left and right. And I don't want to see the youth to go down this path and make promises that they cannot keep and try to stop it before it hits the next youth, like they said to me when I was a child. Now I'm a grown man, I got addicted to drugs and alcohol. It's too late for me, but it's not too late for the youth. Thank you.
Check. Chief?
Hello. Where do I start? So Decker, I just have a question. Thank you for some of your comments, but there's a lot that I could say here right now regarding your conduct when you come into this building and the way that you treat the staff, but I don't want to go there. I want to ask you a question now. The comments that you heard from the staff, did you bring it to our general manager? Okay, well, that's good. Good, so hopefully that will be dealt with. Yeah, they will be, it will be dealt with, Decker. It is, exactly, and that's what. So I'll get one of the other council members who was present in a council meeting. We have asked Decker numerous times to come to meet with chief and council because of conduct. We are not going to allow our staff to be abused, verbally abused, mentally abused, phone calls to our office. We are not going to allow that to happen, Decker. And it is a two-way street, it is. So you need to treat other people the way you want to be treated, Decker. And I want to get some of the council members to talk, because you did come to our council meeting with the RCMP to address some of the issues that we've been having in this office. I wasn't present, so I can't comment on it. Just wait, Gary, we need to just talk with, make comments.
Check, sound check,
Yeah.
check. So I'm gonna say this, before we go deeper into what I'm hearing is a human resources issue and sort of more of a private and confidential conversation, which probably doesn't deserve to be heard in the open. I think it's more easier resolved in a sidebar with the process that's already laid out by chief and council policies. That being said, we'll put that to rest and we'll go to the next question. The gentleman there, and then right to Jeffrey. Yes. And then we have the lady in the back with the white, in white. Okay, question.
I came, my name is Gary Joseph, by the way. I came to the band office to look for the minutes of the last meeting that we had with Artemis, that 2-day meeting, and I was told that there was no minutes being recorded. I think it's important that we should have every meeting that we have regards with any business that has to deal with this reserve and the community should be minutes. They should be recorded. And I was told there is no minutes from the Artemis Gold that we had. There was a few issues that I wanted to be dealt with, and there is no minutes.
Thanks for that, Gary.
Go ahead, Chief.
Sorry, I wasn't aware of that. Cora, I thought it was, we had that recorded. Where's Andrea? Yeah, normally those meetings are recorded and there's minutes. Well, okay, let's just clarify that maybe with Andrea. And if not, I'm sure we have a recording of that meeting.
So we'll follow up to get some documents from related to the meeting in question. Hopefully you know the date that it happened on, then you'll be able to focus on the document that he's looking for. Next up, we have Jeffrey. Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you.
And then we have a
Jeff
question in the back.
Thomas, I'm one of your elders today. I turned 70 last June 23rd. Back in the day when most of you weren't even born, I was the youngest chief in Canada at 22 years old. I graduated in 1974 with A+ honors in every grade in high school. Beyond talking about high school, where you get educated by the white man. My professors of my land, all the elders like Mary John and Zara John, all the elders that left before us, all the ones 116 years old, through them, they all taught me. They taught me from 6 years old how to run society itself as we talk about today. I don't know if anybody in this building understands what patlats mean. I will tell you once what it means. When we go set net, you see that patlats? That's the power of the land from that fish. That patlat, he holds up the net to bring all the fish to whoever goes hunting fish for the people, for their family. That's patlats. That's power of your back culture. That's what they bring to Portland, come from patlats. That's what it is. That's where it's come from. It's the power of that land. Everybody has that. Has the power to do whatever you have to do to protect your family, to protect the resources around you, especially the forestry. Nothing very much left today in BC to fight over forestry. Now all the white men are fighting for gold and other resources that under the ground. But anyways, I mentioned when I graduated in 1974, I was accepted in the University of British Columbia to become a lawyer. But I thought about it. My father came to my graduation with my mother. We sat down and me and my father said, what are you going to become? My son, it's up to you. I said, my father, I see you were chief for 10 years. I didn't like what's happening. You have no education, you have nothing, no background except the pressure you are of the land. And when they refer back to the professors of society of every Indian reserve, it's elders that build this land, come from elderly that build everything right across Canada. I've been a chief for 23 years. I traveled the length and breadth of Canada to bring stuff to this reserve. I say I was at 22 years old, I brought this reserve from nothing. We had outhouses, we had no pavement, nothing. We all were suffering in poor housing. I didn't like that one bit. I went to Prince George College, I went in the toilet inside the house. One time, all the reserve here in your outhouse, you all go out in the outhouse winter. So I didn't like that one bit. That's why I came back to Saik'uz to be one of the youngest chiefs in this reserve. I sat there on and off for 23 years. I give lots of information everywhere I travel in Canada for this reserve. We were one of the poorest reserves across Canada. At that time, when I started as chief, we had 14 chiefs, 14 bands that represent the next district of chiefs. Then we bring it down to 7, 8, whatever. Now I don't know what we have in tribal council, or what they're doing. Here we have no chief or whatever to run that organization. That's a backdrop where you're dealing with the chief and council today. But let that go. That's okay. Allison gave out a good speech, and you're one of the younger leaders in front of the opponent of me. And give you accolades for what you're saying. You have a true voice. You didn't falter or nothing to tell your people who you are and you won't scare nobody. In this land, Saik'uz, chief and council, you shouldn't scare nobody. Don't fear. Fear is your heart. The mind speaks for the heart. Everywhere I went as a young chief, I never used bits of paper whether in front of Ottawa as the Prime Minister of Canada, I stood in the mic for 1 hour. 1,000 chiefs, they watched me. They watched me speak on the mic against the biggest man in Canada. That's how you can't fear nobody. You want to get educated, try to get education from your elders left behind today. Count on 10 fingers, maybe that much elder you have. The resources of the professors of your land are gone. The young ones weren't born when I was your chief. One of your councillors, 76, was your chief at 22 years old. That's dedication. It takes a great leader to come back to say, hey, I don't want to go to university and become a lawyer. That's why I came back here for 23 years to try to build something for this community. So it's there today. That's what you have on your plate. Alison and Chief and Council, you said you want your people to work with you, but it's hard beyond means of when your people are poor, shelterless poor, okay? I lived that road in Prince George. I walked away last time I was chief here in 2002. I moved on my own. I never came back here for reasons that you can see every day. It's not only the Chief and Council, it's the people itself. As Alison said earlier, how much people we have left? We have 1,000 people. Every time I was there, I had about 80, 90 people in my assembly, but not more than that. If how you bring your people there, it's a thing that you can't understand why your people don't come deal with you. That's an issue itself. But anyways, Alison and Chief Mueller, it's a hard road you're trying to lead. It's a thankless task. You've been there 23 years. Nobody gives you accolades for what you try to accomplish. Why? I'll tell you why. Back in the day when I was your chief, I didn't have no $1 million from the resources to the white man stole, the government, whether it be the senior government of Ottawa or the BC itself. They ripped your land to death every which way, but the native people in Canada are shit poor, dirt poor. Why you ask that? As a people of Saik'uz, it's not a power come from the Chief and Council. They get some money, yes, but what that money is, you don't understand where it comes from and how they spend that money. I'll give you one example about certain monies that every reserve get from the pipeline. Lately, a smaller community in Saik'uz, last year they got to put money from each band member from right away up their land. Every band member got $15,000 a piece, even a brand new baby. I talked around to other reserves in BC to see where they're sitting. I talked to Harley, Gingy, I talked to lots of people about what's happening today. Last time I've been in chief chair in 2002, but I have lots of knowledge to give this reserve yet until I 6 feet down. But I tell you, Chief and Council, believe in your people to say you want to work for them. They said you put you there, serve up the plate. People are being left behind. The people that die left and right, doesn't matter where from. It's there, Chief and Council. You want people to work for you? When you come to them, give them their money where they come from. And use as one example, Chief and Council. Why they say because your sign is to the pipeline. You never get nothing. These resources belong to them. You work for us. That's your authority to give them that resource. It's not your personal bank account. Every penny you get from every resources belongs to everybody. The young little girl right there, that's their money. That's resources you get on their behalf. You must act accordingly. You're not doing that today. You should put up your socks for your people. That's where you're going wrong. Okay? I'll say some more I'll say some more about, maybe tomorrow, I'll see whatever else to have, but I'll try to help you guys. I tell you, I have lots of knowledge. I travel everywhere. That's David. David see me stand against the horriblest men in this country. And they stand up to me, 10 minutes standing ovation. Anybody in this community get 10 minutes standing ovation? By 1,000 chiefs? I got it. I did it for you, every one of you. I spoke for the poor of Canada. I'm still trying to do that. Thank you, Chief of Council. Thank you.
Jasmine?
Oh, thank you, Jeffrey, for your comments and just recognizing your contributions to advancing our rights and title over the years, and to the other leadership who've contributed to the development of our community. It's taking a lot of work, a lot of decades, and a lot of manpower and woman power to get to where we are today. So just acknowledging, just in terms of financials, I hope you stay for KPMG's report out on our financial situation, and just I'm pretty excited about that and to share that information back with community. And just on the point of what I hear you referencing is dividends to members in terms of reallocating resources that we accumulate from these developments out on our territory. I think that's something that every nation across the province is grappling with in terms of own source revenue and moving away from dependency on Department of Indian Affairs, ISK is what we call them today. And there's a lot of growth that we've seen. You're going to hear from our staff, and you've heard from our reports, the growing population, the growing needs for community-based infrastructure, support services, housing, the list goes on. So I think as a community and as your leadership, we are considering that growth and those projections and trying to ensure that we're able to accommodate that and build towards wealth management, and I'm excited for that path. I also have another update that kind of addresses our relationship with the province that I'm happy to share after another question here.
Okay, thank you, Jasmine. Question in the back?
Hi there, cutting all my relations. I was just wondering on the topic of Artemis Gold, I'm wondering how far you are on the negotiations with Notley, and how much longer that's going to be, and how it's going anyways. And we wish you the best on that, and just send them our love for us. Tell them give it up. Thank you.
Chief?
Yeah, thank you, Brenda. Thanks for the question. So we haven't been able to sit down with Natle since our meeting that we had with our community here in Saik'uz. I have sat with Chief Robert from Stalat N, and we did agree on going to mediation to try to settle the benefit sharing agreement. We talked about how are we going to bring Notley in there. Anytime we do have a meeting or a proposed meeting, we always invite Notley. So they're aware of the meetings. They're just not attending.
And I think more updates on that particular file will come once we have Barry Vickers, Saik'uz member who supports our economic development initiatives. He'll be in tomorrow. We also have our lands and resources manager who might address some of the status on these projects, so stay tuned.
Good, okay, so just want to acknowledge, first of all, Benji Alexis had a couple questions online. I will get to those questions after Johnny John. Got a mic behind you there, John?
Howdy. My name is
Check.
Johnny. Be good. And then I just want to talk about where they're going to put the potlatch or log building. And they're my own opinion, but I don't think that's right. That's gone, nothing. you put it on outside, the water line, and lots of room there. But, you know, they should put the dirt back in the hole. That's why I lay off myself from grass cutting. So, okay, I think that's about all I can say, but I hope you do things right, you guys. Anyway, thank you for listening. Merci beaucoup.
Chief, do you have any response to that, Chief and Council?
It is a bit of a contentious issue with that site. I don't want to really get into it. Maybe Amber will explain a bit about why that site was chosen. And we kind of debated on that, council, and then we just, at the end, we decided that we'll just go with that spot.
And just to add some comments to that, yeah, it did come to the council table on different options of one being costs, two also considerations around future developments if we want to, as a community, explore the diversification of our regional economy and move more into tourism, or making sure that there's enough space if we want to increase the ability for camping or other people to come visit our territory, which the cultural center could be used as a tool to attract people to the area. So there was a multitude of factors that were considered, some not foreseen initially, but I think, yeah, we could have more discussion on that as well later.
You good with that for now, Johnny? All right, so go to questions online. Benji Alexis asked two. One of the questions was, will CNC, Chief and Council reevaluate connection with local bands? I think we had that discussion first. You know, Steve raised that question, very first question. So I think you more or less answered that question. So I'm going to go to Benji's second question.
Could I just make a comment real quick, David?
Sure.
Just on the Artemis. So we haven't received any funding from the agreement because we haven't come to the agreement, right? We haven't come to a decision on it, but we have got some capacity money to be involved in the engagement of the negotiations with Artemis.
Good, okay, so here's Benji Alexis online. With regard to the previous elders gathering, management seems to not be functioning properly. This administration must be held accountable for such errors leading up to the band manager. What will be implemented to ensure that this does not happen as often, and will management be held accountable? So I don't know the background of the elders gathering arrangements, so perhaps I'll pass it to Chief and Council to address this question.
Again, we have to be careful what we say because you're dealing with staff, right? It was a huge disappointment that the elders gathering was canceled. We asked, council gave direction to our general manager to sit down with our staff to investigate what had happened and to make sure that something like this doesn't happen in the future. So I can't really talk too much about who did what regarding the cancellation of that because it's HR issues, and I don't want to put any staff on the spot. So that's my comments for that. Like I say, we are sending the elders to Edmonton to the national gathering, and we apologize for that. The conference in Vancouver was canceled. We know that it was a big loss to our community that we weren't able to send our elders to the conference.
Okay, thanks, Chief. So going back to the door prize, do we have that organized enough to get somebody a guaranteed winner here? Do a door prize draw. Yeah, get council to pick it up. Yep, get council to pick one. How many prizes we're dealing with here? 1, 2? Shalice Vandelar,
Yeah. she's
are you
a
around?
baby.
Okay, change the base, so she's a winner. Another one? Donna John? Got a good winner here. All right, good. Question back here? All right, so let's get the mic to a question in the back.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your reports. Maybe I'm old school, but do we need a majority to accept the AGA? And do we need a resolution to pass the previous AGA minutes? I haven't seen that done, or is that being done ever? Do we go that route, or and do a resolution to accept the agenda, the minutes from previous AGA? I don't know, any changes to the AGA? I'm just old school, just a question.
Yeah, chief tells me we should have done that. I suppose.
It's one process. It's one process.
Going back
It's
to my
not the
opening
only.
comments, I'll just
Yeah.
lean on that, okay? So the chief and council are going to report to you one way or the other, whether you accept the agenda or not. You know, they already have it all prepared for you. I think that being said, that you know, we're going down through the agenda here in each of the reports from chief and council, and then also we have the GM, the human resources folks, pathways. I think are you on that, Jasmine? Yep. So going through systematically reports on all the major programs and negotiations that Saik'uz has undertaken, and so delivering information to the members and getting feedback from the members is mostly what this is about. And I think if we achieve that, I think we're in good standing there. That's how I'll look at it. If chief and council have any more comments to that, and if I erred, it's my error. So my apologies in that regard. So we'll go with one more question, Steve, and then what I'm going to do is ask for a break because we are ahead of schedule, and we'll go on with Jasmine finishing off the pathways report, among other things. So Steve, one more question?
Yeah.
Yeah, could you hear you?
Check. Okay, I have to agree with what Rosa had to say, because it is important that we take care of that first before we get into anything else. Because in that way, we know what direction we're gonna be going in the next 5, 10 years or whatever. The bottom line being is that should have been done first. Now then, on to my other comment. I have to also agree with Gary Joseph. There was a meeting with Artemis Gold. Nobody was told. If you wanted to come to that meeting, you had to be here at the band office, and that's a really big reflection on the job that chief and council has been doing so far. And that's unacceptable. I mean, like, if you want people to start respecting you, start communicating more effectively, and start doing your actual job, period. Now, my question being is, where's Artemis Gold? There are but one of many heavy industries that wants to operate in this area. And they're not even here today. I don't even think they're gonna even be here, period. So what's up with that?
Artemis Gold issue, records. I think we had a discussion earlier that it'll get to you. Yeah, he raised it first. So I think the chief has already made that offering that the chief will forward documents relating to Artemis Gold. And I think that's part of the action that's following up. Geraldine, I think you had your hand up earlier? Okay, let's get the mic to Geraldine and then we'll take a 10-minute break. And then we'll move on with the rest of the Chief and Council report, because Jasmine has a report. And then before we resume, right after the break, we'll get the agenda adopted, because that's what's demanded right now, and formally go through that and put that behind us, and then we'll carry on with the rest of the reports. So Geraldine, you're the last question before the break.
Okay. In answer to some of Allison's comments about where's all the people, for me, there's a lot of people that's working off reserve too, and they have to get breaks, or some that are in camp, and then there's those that feel like they're not welcome to be heard, because they did come to the band office, they did ask for help, but nobody wants to talk to them for whatever reason. Even myself, I've called maybe about 3 times for the band manager, and I never received a call back. So, that makes me feel like I'm unwelcome. And, I think it's time for our leadership and the band manager to help and stand up and be in the office sometimes for our people. Our people, they're crying out. And, we think about the toxicity of our community and people do feel uncomfortable coming into the band office. And, the chief sometimes can delegate somebody to go to a meeting. And I think our band manager, this is the first time I've ever seen them go out to meetings for a while anywhere. I've never seen that before. I just want to ask some questions, like, even for the jobs that are out there, I think somebody needs to give our counselors a sun visor. The lights are getting in their eyes. All the jobs that's open, I know there's some people that have applied. I've applied for one position, but I didn't get any call until I went back to work, because I wanted to work for our band. So I'm just asking, who do our people depend on? Because you guys are just like our parents. We look up to you. That's why the people trust you and put their X's on your name. Give them a time of day, because these people, they need you. It doesn't take doesn't hurt to take 2 minutes of your busy life to give them a hug, to try to show them compassion. So we need to know when is a good time for you guys.
Chief.
Thank you, Geraldine. So last year, I'll try to go, I wrote down some of your questions there, and I might get a little bit personal too. So last year at our AGA, we were asked to hold it later in the like September or October because people were too busy in July or August. Last year, we held it a little bit later because of the financial statements. We cannot have our AGA usually until the financial statements are complete, totally complete. Last year, we did have the financials at our AGA, but there was, I think there was one thing that needed to be done before we were able to release the financials. So that's why we, like, I don't know what to do. Like and if people want to be here, I think they'll make the time. I can't, if people don't feel welcome here, that's not on me. That's not on our staff. It's the people themselves. Go to somebody and tell them how you feel. And I just feel really bad for our staff because they go through a lot of stuff up front. They take a lot of abuse. They take a lot of abuse on the phone. And you know, as far as travel, I remember some of previous council making $150,000 just on travel. Today, you'll look at our financial statements and you'll see how little travel that I've been to. I didn't travel at all this summer. We went to a Chiefs meeting on August the 31st. And if I do travel, we pick and choose. We're very careful. I could be gone every day of the week if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do that. So, and our council is not going to do that. And what was my next thing I was going to say? Oh, and I took a couple of weeks off in August. I took 2 weeks off in August, and it's been about probably maybe 3 years. During COVID, I never took a day off. I was here. Our staff was laid off. There was a core group here, and I never had a day off for probably 2 full years. It was 3 years before I was able to take some time off. And I think I deserve to take some time off for my mental health and the things that happened the last couple of months. And so I don't think it's right to put how people feel when they walk in this office on our staff or chief and council. That's all I have to say.
Jasmine?
Thank you for your comments, though. There's always work for improvement in all areas in terms of how we relate to each other. And I think you highlighted another challenge that we experience regularly, the capacity challenges in the sense of asking our staff, regardless of their role, to attend certain meetings or working groups because they might have that skill set, and really trying to capitalize on our staff and the strengths that they bring. And if they have the bigger stick to go to that meeting, okay, they'll go, but at the request. And like Chief Priscilla mentioned, really trying to be conscious of travel. And as you see in our financial statements this afternoon, you'll see it's been very minimal, and really trying to prioritize our ability to engage virtually. And we've been very effective since it's been ramped up in terms of Zoom. I'm a Zoom bee, I feel like it all the time. But really, I want to protect our staff. and things that are raised in these public venues, I hope you recognize that they are human beings too, for everyone. They give their all, put their heart on the sleeve, and put themselves out there to all the criticisms, just like your council members, but just to be mindful that, you know, they are people doing their best that they can as well, and to be gentle with our staff too, who are taking on numerous files on the sides of their desk on top of their workload. Like, we need assistance for our assistants. Basically, there's so much work that's happening, and just to be mindful of that, and just thank you for your feedback and where we can make improvements overall as leadership, but as an organization, we need to hear that too. So thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we'll take a break. 3:10, we'll resume, and we'll have Marilyn and
After my presentation, I'm not going to have time.
okay, and we'll get to you guys first.
Gotta pick
Okay,
baby
Marilyn,
up.
your table will be next, but we'll go till 3:10 for a break, so we could fresh. All right, so a little longer break than expected, but we're a little ahead of schedule, so I think we're cool. So with the request to adopt the agenda, Saik'uz AGA, we'll do that right now, actually. So for the next 2 days, the agenda is laid out on each of the tables, I understand. And so I'll look for a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda for the 23 Saik'uz AGA. Marilyn, are you moving? All right. Seconder, lots of people are seconding, so let's just go for a vote then. All in favor of adopting the agenda? Good, let's, it's looking good so far. Anybody opposed? All right, so the agenda that was laid out for you is formally adopted, and we'll go with that. And that being said, we'll carry on with the reporting. And Marilyn, I promised you after the break, you will be a speaker, and you are the speaker now, Marilyn. Oh, okay, Marlene, sorry. Oh, okay, Marlene, go ahead.
Hello, I was just listening to everything that's going on here. And I just want to let you know that in my own heart, my own thought, that the staff, chief and council and the staff are doing what it is that they have to do. You guys have to keep remembering that we're still controlled by government regulations and stuff like that. We're not free to do whatever we like to do. Every penny, every cent, everything is counted for. It's not only supposed to be coming from us, but the governments too. So I just wanted to let you know that I just can't see how that we really don't have much to do. I volunteer my time ever since Lydia got onto the DNA program, and she's busy from Monday to Friday, and call on just about every day. And we're doing the CR program, like Celebrate Recovery program, and there's so many other things that's happening. But I know I'm not the only person that recovered here in Saik'uz. There's so many of us, and we're hoping that all those that are recovery could join us and help those that cannot help themselves. And that's what we're working on right now. We work with the downtown group too, and they're working with all our people from under the tree in town. And there's so much that has been done since last year. We started, I think, in December, when I first got called on, and I'm sort of like volunteering my time just to get helper to pick up where the last worker left off. And so I think what we need to do is all of us that got recovered and sobered up, we shouldn't just do it for ourselves. We should do it because we want to help others that cannot help themselves right now. So, and I'm just hoping that more support would go for Lydia because she's been so busy and she needs ideas and she needs guidance and, you know, whatever it is the community wants for their community, it's up to the community members to remind what is it that we want for our community. We're looking at the future children because we're here because we want a better community for them to live on, and especially those children that we hope bring back home to their parents and relatives. They need a healthy community to come back to, and we're working like really hard to do stuff like that, working with the parents and ministry and care second family services. And Marilyn and I have been on that committee forever. And we need more support in the elder side too. And talk about people not doing very much. There's so much things that have been going on. There was a lot of slowdown, I know, for the COVID, and we had to be careful that we don't spread it. But now, since the COVID is hopefully gone, we should really get together and really start putting our heads together and see what is it that we want for our people, for our future children. Just like our elderly, they always say, "Sketel and Yahut is," they always tell us, because when Minnie and all them in the 70s, they started this child welfare committee, they had elderly people, senior elders in that committee that supported them. And I really appreciate Sophie, Auntie Mary, Madeline, and all them that were standing up, helping the staff workers to create this child welfare committee for the children that were in care that we never knew. Now we're starting to get introduced to our children, introduced to the caregivers to make sure the caregivers are getting some support from their band for our children, and to make sure that the children are going to be okay with them. So there's a lot of work to do. If you guys really want to do something, volunteer your time, work together. They have men's group too, and I'm really pleased with the men group that we had a meeting with them too, and just to get some ideas from them, and they're starting a women's group. So join in and have fun, help out.
Okay, thank you, Marlene. So Marilyn, did you have a question?
I haven't been to a general meeting for quite a while, but I'm glad to be here. I understand, like how hard the staff works, because I was staff for how many years, and how many chief and councils I've been through. And I would say, that it has improved a lot. There's a big improvement. But the improvement, it comes gradually. And if you could be like more innovative and think of how you could work with the people in addressing the concerns, that would help alleviate people, you know, giving angry feedback. Like if you don't return their calls, maybe just say you apologize and say, I'm sorry, I didn't address it right away, and talk about, or delegate, if you're in a position to be an administrator, delegate that what could be handled by one of your staff that has good communication. There's a lot of innovative ways that you could improve things a bit more. And even with the staff, you know, like they get worn out, or they start to burn out. I remember years back, they recognized maybe one employee per month or not, and just recognize one person maybe, and that way it brings them up and they want to work harder for you. So there's a lot of like other ways to, you know, to put your heads together and get the staff and the managers and everybody working together. Things go a long ways, and you accomplish a lot. And being on child welfare, I've been on it forever. I've been on it since quite a while. Even with that, you know, we get our heads chewed off. To me, over the years, I don't know how many times the door was slammed in my face and called down, but I didn't take it to heart. I just went back and I did my work. So sometimes, you know, like you have to take that plaque, and other times you realize you shouldn't be taking it. It's to know when, you know, is enough. Not too long ago, I got a lot of crap with staff who went out to do some work, and I just thought, well, that's enough. I'm just gonna leave. If all I'm gonna do is get abuse, I'm just gonna leave. And I thought of somebody else better that could handle the situation. So I called her and I told her, I said, would you like to go do a home visit with that person? You seem to have a good rapport with that person and better like communication with her. I said, it's with that person, and but there's something that needs to be addressed, I said. And she went and did it, and she did the job. She did the work, and she did more than the work. She went a step further and did more for them, which I appreciate, because sometimes, you know, that you can't be everything to everybody. You can't be, you also can't be, you know, you want to take the whiplash all the time, all the lashes that you get from people. So I know the staff work hard, and the manager's position it's the hardest position, because she deals with everybody and every different issues. And to me, to recognize the hard work she does, council should, you know, like sometimes, some days sit with her and ask her, you know, just get a feel on how her workload is, and the struggles and the challenges that's with that job. years ago, I was band manager, but I stepped out of there because I couldn't take all that what people were doing to me. I remember Johnny was on council at the time, and I just stepped down and told him to find a new band manager. But it takes a lot to be in that position. I commend her for being in that position. So I appreciate everything what you guys do with all the hampers you give out, all the different things you do, the things that have been added to the community where there's more get-togethers and more, so it dissipates the animosity and it helps with people working together. So thanks for listening.
Thank you, Marilyn. So I acknowledge that there's 3 more folks that want to ask some questions, but before we get there, I want to ask Jasmine to deliver her supplementary report before we go further. So I have Decker, Ernie, and Gladys. So hold your horse for a little while and let Jasmine do her one last supplementary piece to her report, and we'll get to you, Jasmine.
Thank you. I'll ask our text to put the presentation up on the screen. I'll try to be brief. I'm racing the daycare clock. Keanu started his transition on Monday. So, thank you. Thank you, Marlene and Marilyn, for your words and for demonstrating some of those innovative ways that we can do our jobs better, and sharing your experience. It's always appreciated. And I also want to mention, if you see my grandmother Minnie in the bingo halls or anywhere today, it's her birthday, so I'm just thinking of her today. Just wish her a happy birthday. So the update I wanted to go over, and I'm going to apologize right now, there are a lot of acronyms, but I will try my best to kind of put it in more community-friendly terms, as I've been advised in the past, but I'm working with what I have right now. So I just wanted to give some updates on some of the Carrier-Sicani First Nation collective negotiating tables and kind of where we stand as Saik'uz and with our partnership with our neighboring nations in those spaces. Next slide. Is there a clicker? I could take a clicker. Okay. So I'll just give an overview of the different tables and provide an update for each, and hopefully can save some time for questions. Next slide. This shows a diagram of the various G2G tables. I acknowledge David Lugie, who's here as well, who's got a lot of knowledge and corporate memory on some of these different processes and tables that are in place today as we sit on many of these. I just want to note to the left side some of the changes that were made in terms of forestry stewardship, just recognizing the clashes that often occur in terms of economic development and harvesting forests, but not necessarily engaging directly with the stewardship values and concerns that we have. So there was agreement to kind of merge those spaces so that stewardship and then the harvesting money side of it, we're kind of talking to each other. So I just wanted to highlight that and how these reporting structures are making their way to the leadership table. You'll see under the leadership table an area in red, the reconciliation table, that's been inactive for some time, and it's just in the moves of being reactivated. There's also the PFA implementation, the Pathways Forward Agreement. So that's our G2G, our government-to-government agreement that we have with the province. And below that, you'll see EDAC, the Economic Development Advisory Committee. So there's all these different tables from mining to RMP. You'll get a more detailed report from Cassandra, who also supports that work. And then to the far right, kind of where we're working towards with Canada ultimately. But next slide. So the leadership table, basically the next slide will show some of the highlights, the purpose of that leadership table, which is basically activated for our CSFN chiefs to engage with the different ministers and senior executives from the province. There's at least one meeting a month that should be scheduled amongst the chiefs from the CSFNs. They've agreed since transitioning from the Carrier-Sicani Tribal Council, where these negotiations were being held. And as Jeffrey mentioned, the tribal chief position is no longer in place. Tribal council's role has basically shifted, and we are working more collectively with the Carrier-Sicani First Nation communities, most of the tribal council communities in a different capacity. So ultimately that mandate for the tribal council back in the day was achieved now that we have a direct table with the province to address issues around title. So the negotiations that we're engaging in currently are title by agreement, basically. So we're outside of the treaty process. We're aware of many of the flaws associated with that process, which is why Saik'uz and many of the other communities stepped away from that and are engaging in this new way of dealing with the province. There are challenges at the leadership table in terms of, one, they decided to ensure that decisions were being made by consensus at that level by all the communities within their bylaws as a new society that was formed, the Carrier-Sicani First Nations. As you've heard, there's capacity, there's a lot of work and demands on not only chiefs' time, but many of the technical representatives that are appointed to these various tables by their leadership. So it delays some of that work. Next slide is just recognizing that there is a reconciliation table. It's been inactive for the most part, but is going to start amping up to start populating chapters of a comprehensive reconciliation agreement. So right now, the majority of our negotiations are with the province, and now Canada has that responsibility, to engage with us. So how to onboard Canada into these negotiations and our relationships is something that'll be reactivated here shortly. Next slide is forestry stewardship table, where I have spent so many hours. I was considering of tallying it up, all the different meetings and hours I dedicated just to this one table. It's been a lot. So there's different areas that are explored now that those two tables, the kind of ECDEV money side and the stewardship side, collaborated and merged. So there's at least one representative from each of the communities that are appointed to this table. I sit as one of these members. We also have legal counsel, other technical support, and there's a coordinator. I can't acknowledge enough if she's watching, but she's so busy working for our communities, Chani Varach, who is amazing to support our communities with the coordination. So really the big ask, we're developing core elements of a forestry and stewardship chapter. So not the whole comprehensive reconciliation agreement. So like, when you're thinking of treaty, there's so many different elements, but we're focusing on two areas, and that was a decision that was made by the leadership table to focus on those areas, especially during COVID when everything was shut down. But while everything was shut down, logging was happening, everything was leaving, like it was still business as usual. So it was prioritized, but I'll get into some of the other tables that are gonna be advanced here shortly. Some of the immediate priorities, we're working towards an agreement in principle. So that is basically gearing up for a definitive agreement, something legally binding for all the parties. Right now, we're just figuring out the terms of how we're going to engage with the province in that stepwise approach. And it's hair straight back until then, till at least the end of October. So immediate term priorities, we were successful for the most part in the protection of immediate measure areas, IM areas. And from that, just because alarms were ringing from the different communities, especially the southern communities where that alliance was made, Saik'uz, Talaten, Notlate, Silcasco, saying to the province, our communities have been so devastated, we want harvesting to stop. And we were able to get all those major licensees, for the most part, operating in our territories collectively to stop harvesting. Saik'uz alone, we were able to stop CANFOR for 2 years. And from then, like, different pressures were put on these companies that they couldn't just continue. And they need to start working with our lands departments and different staff and leadership to address those issues. We're going to be advancing from a spatial harvesting planning process that came from that immediate measure area. And immediate measures came from the need to recognize those high biodiversity areas, the last remaining areas that we have in our territories collectively. After a lot of technical work, it was evident that, you know, while we can all see the devastation out on the land, we put it in their own language where they understand it in their Western science, that we did collectively and collaboratively. So I won't go into next slide. This is just to give you an idea of the collective CSFN territories. And this was a big learning curve when I got put on the forestry table back in 2020, March 3rd, 2020. That day I had to fly to meet with ministers that day. Anyways, there are 5 different timber supply areas that comprise CSFN territories collectively. Saik'uz territory, we're primarily in the Prince George timber supply area. That has been the primary bread and butter for the forest industry for many years. We also have a smaller, well, not smaller, we also have area in the Quesnel district, so more to the south, where our last remaining old growth forest is located. So we are working with the province to ensure that immediate measures are being respected, and that major licensees are respecting the processes that have been established to ensure that harvesting doesn't occur without our consent. So we're moving towards those consent-based decision-making models on different areas of management. Next slide. BCTS. Basically, that is an arm of the province where they secure a certain amount of timber to satisfy softwood lumber issues with the United States. So they help determine the pricing of lumber, because US was having a hissy fit that there was a subsidization that was happening. I'm sure David could put it in better other words, but other than that, BCTS hasn't been moving volume in Carson County territories for the last 2 years as well. So we've been successful in that front. Next slide. Next slide. I just wanted to flag that I do sit at one of these technical tables when engaging with the province, specifically around forestry stewardship. And next slide. I think Cassandra will get into this in a little bit more detail on the stewardship technical side, where you'll see the different members that are listed there and some of the areas that they look to ensure that our stewardship interests are adhered to. Next slide. I sit at the government to government agreement, PFA. I sit at the implementation table. Next slide. So currently, I'm just going to note that there hasn't been We've been basically without an agreement with the province since it expired at the end of March 31st, 2023. So we are currently in negotiations with the province on a renewal of that. We're still figuring out different timelines, if it's going to be anywhere between 3 to 5 years. And this is because of COVID closures and not having certain elements from our former agreement not being implemented, I guess, to the province's liking. But I think we've achieved so much in isolation during these closures, virtually over Zoom, that the need to renew can't be understated. So there is ongoing negotiations on that front. From this, there's different elements that are important to this, or are being tied to the renewal of our government to government agreement. There's the interim forestry revenue sharing agreement, IRFSA. You'll see that as a acronym. And that is our revenue sharing agreement that we have with the province. The chiefs from our former agreements and the province recognize our, I guess, request that we want 50% tenure. We want 50% of our wood available for us. We want the resources that come from that to be 50%. We want to be more equal partners in terms of that. So those different pieces are kind of playing a part in our renewal negotiations with the province right now. So there is a big push to get the province and even the CSFNs the appropriate mandates to get to that renewal process. There is a bridging agreement currently almost in place, and that will kind of carry over the nations with the funding that they need, like capacity to staff, to do some of the negotiations also for these processes. That is carrying us over until a new agreement with the province is negotiated. So that is anticipated for the end of January, I believe. And there's different processes that have to occur at the provincial level. They have to get the mandates from their ministers and their assistant deputy ministers and other executives, and then it goes to cabinet. And then it's discussed there. And they have to make the case that this agreement with the Carriacou First Nations is worth $90 million or whatever it might be. And they have to make that case to them, to Treasury, which goes to the Treasury Board after Cabinet, and to get that mandate to release the funds associated with that agreement. So all those processes are happening right now. I think the CSFNs have been very adamant that they are on the verge of breaching the honor of the Crown in terms of not having an agreement ready in place. There was a lot of alignment and many negotiation spaces, especially on this file. And so the negotiations are continuing in that way. Next slide. Next slide. And there is an Economic Development Advisory Committee, so that will oversee some of the ECDEV economic development funds that were a part of the overall government to government agreement. So economic development, forestry stewardship, traditional governance, capacity, like those are some of the areas, and I believe Amber will talk more about that. So these processes are still ongoing and part of our negotiations with the province in terms of renewing that package. Next slide. A mining table has been one of the outstanding deliverables from our previous government to government agreement. So that now that the world is kind of opened up, COVID restrictions are lifting, while forestry and stewardship have been the primary focus over the last 2 to 3 years, there are also there's also the need to enact the mining table and give the mandate to get that active. So communities are preparing for that. Next slide. Some of the immediate term priorities for all tables. Next slide. I highlighted the agreement in principle, so that's kind of the stepwise approach to get to a comprehensive reconciliation agreement. That's just going to focus on forestry stewardship for now, but there's many other areas that are going to have to be considered in that process. The PFA implementation, I just mentioned that we don't have an agreement currently with the province. There is a bridging agreement right now, and we have urged the need to renew our interim forestry revenue sharing agreement with the province. And that might change over the years, but it is part of the package that gets us towards 50% revenue and tenure that we've been, that leadership has been requesting. The RMP process, you're going to hear from Cassandra and the work she's doing with the other tables. And right now, CSFN at the leadership table, there are some internal challenges, I will say, not only amongst southern communities, but north and south, here and there, everywhere. And I, thank you, colonialism, for that. But there are always going to be issues happening internally. So that's happening in terms of boundaries and people extending their boundaries. I'll leave it at that. LOU with Canada, that is the kind of next place we want to get to in terms of ensuring that Canada is onboarded into this process, as they have responsibility in these areas. Next slide. I'll leave it there. Holy moly. Thanks.
Thank you, Jasmine. So we have three people that wanted to pose some questions before Jasmine went to the supplementary pathways report. So we'll start off with Decker, Ernie, and Gladys. So Decker, a question or recommendation to council?
Howdy. Hello again. Well, council talked about staff's mental health, right? I highly agree with them. It is important for mental health because I have mental health, and as a suicide risk to temper, it's very important. But at the same time, the staff needs to think about our mental health, the people. Like, I just witnessed this. The staff does not respect me if they lie to me. The staff does not respect me if they disrespect me. And the staff does not respect me if they laugh at me and belittle me. Like, last week, I came here for animal food. They lied about it. They said there's nothing. And I told them there is something there.
So Decker, do you have a question or a recommendation?
And my question and recommendation is, like, we need to take consideration of everyone's mental health, not just the staff, but everyone. Because if anybody knows me, I like to help everybody. I'm a good helper. I like working. But one thing I will not put up with is disrespect and, like, just some of the things that have been spoke about is they never went on top of my topic about the drug dealing. They didn't go on top of my topic about how I was mistreated by one of our people that fed into my sickness for me to steal from you. And, like, we need to do stuff. We need to, like, come together and talk about our problems and let each other know that we are only human. I'm only human. And we all make mistakes, but still, you should not lie, even though if you're working. You should not make a big problem. Like, I just come here and ask for simple stuff that was given. And they made a big deal, and I just proved them wrong. Like, okay, there is animal food, so you got to lie to me. So I have that fear in my heart that you're always going to lie to me. That's my mental health. Like, I'm going to fear that you're always going to lie because you lied to me that one time. I cannot help it. And my question
All right, so Decker, we got to move on. I think the council has got your message, is that the respect needs to go both ways. I think that you made it clear.
Yeah,
and
I was
I think
wondering if we could talk about.
Yep. So I think we got that. We'll go to Ernie, because Ernie's been patiently waiting back there for a question, and then go to
Could I just
Gladys.
say something real quick, David?
Yeah, sure, go ahead, Chief.
Decker, I just want to acknowledge too that you've been working here for the last couple of days and you've done awesome. You were respectful, we're respectful to you. You did really well. It was nice to see you, and I could tell that you were in a good place. And I just want to say that, like, it's not always bad. And, you know, we do want to encourage you. Like, we've worked with other members with mental health, and they accepted the help that was available to them. And so I just wanted to say, like, having you here for the last couple of days was really good. I think you could build that relationship with our staff in a positive way. Thank you.
Okay, so Ernie, are you trying to look through the lights here? All right, fire away there, Ernie.
Test. Test what? For those people who don't know me, some of the staff, my name is Ernie John. I'm from the Frog Clan, which is Nuskai Hoten. Sabe Nuskai Hoten Asli, Aundin Yankata Uste Ait Oilo. Anyways, there's just a few recommendations that I like to talk about. Over the years that I've been living in Saik'uz, and over the years that I've lived outside of Saik'uz, that I have doing a lot of different things in my time. I was a commercial fisherman on the coast, so I learned quite a bit from the people from the Haida Nation and the Cowichan tribe. And I've been working with my mom in the ranching industry. And I've ran my own business as a logger. And that's what I've done on the coast too. But there's quite a few things that were missing in this community. Number one, what we're missing is people going to the bush. They have no idea where their KO is. I've talked to a few people and they don't know. So we're going to have to tell them where their KO is. And when I seen my grandkids come back from up north, up around the Metsentan country, I noticed one thing about them, that they become smarter. They're more aware of what's going on around them. And I talked to my little grandson here, Augustus, and Pete. Last spring, I went to Merritt to pick up 3 horses for them. Rodney and I went out there. And they're going to grow up with those horses. By the time they're 16, those horses will be 16 years old. Just in the prime of life. So they are. They will be a prime of life too. Then they will know which way they're going. Because when you're riding something like that, you got to go somewhere. And you end up somewhere. You don't stay right here in this community and do nothing. And when you're talking about child welfare over here, the lady over here, what I think that child welfare, the children's been taken away from us, they become a commodity. So much money goes into their pocket. I see some people driving brand new Escalades, you know, because of the child. You know, and they don't teach them nothing. Nothing. Because I know one little kid, I talked to him, and I asked him questions about different things. He don't know, because in a white community. We lived here over 10,000 years. We gotta know something, right? And that treatment center that's coming up in Tatchik Lake, what is that for? Is that for addiction people? Should be. But what do they do after that? Nothing. Come back to the reserve. Become a problem again. So what we need is something that's that's beyond that. Something where them young kids can work. I had one little kid there working with us over there building that deck. Got his hand in his pocket most of the day. I was going to buy him gloves so he'll take his hands out of his pocket. You know, things like that we have to teach them. They don't know. They don't know how to lift up a hammer. They don't know how to lift up a slab. Concrete, I had to lift it up for him. I'm 7, 8, I lifted for him. So that's where you get your strength. That little boy right there, I make him work to get his strength. And that's where you get your strength at a younger age. And about being communities, we are 14 bands in a nation here. I don't like to be called a carrier. I'm a Daket person. Yankadane, that's who I am. And when we were carriers, that's what the white people call us, because we carry our loved ones for a year. So that's how we became carriers. But we're not. We're Daket. And what I see within the 14 bands, I see that we should amalgamate together, because we get more strength that way. Because if we stay as Saik'uz band, as Nakazli band, as different kinds of bands around the country, they separate us and conquer. So we gotta be strong and come together as a people. So there's a lot of different things that I can mention, even in my lifetime, that we should get up and stand up for everybody. Not only Saik'uz, not only Nakazli, not only Stelako, everybody. And what I want to know is how much money we got in Ottawa. What can we use that money for? Why is it sitting there? How can we make money out of that money? These are the things that we have to do. Right now, we're living in between different ranches around us. What are they going to do with their ranches when these little boys here are growing up? They're going to be gone. What are they going to do? Right now, there's one place there for sale. It's a section of land. And if we run hay on that, what would we teach our kids? We would teach our kids how to work, how to raise this, how to raise that. And like if you do a section of land, like if you get 45 bales to a ton, how many bales there a ton? 45, eh? So if you do a section, that's 640 acres. So how much money is that would be put in your pocket instead of our money sitting in Ottawa doing nothing, right? So this is our argument we have to talk to them about. Right from the time when we were underneath the thumb of the federal government. We can go that far back See, you owe us that much money. So let's start figuring things out. What can we do? But I already said that what we could do. But for that note, you guys are doing a very good job, though. You know, because I've been in that position before. And I know it's kind of tough sometimes. But tough makes you only stronger. Right? And that's what our ancestors are. That's why they were gone, and they left that to us, the strength. Okie dokie. Have a great day and have a good meeting.
Thank you, Ernie. On your table, before we get to Gladys, on your table, the health department left some paperwork for you to fill out. If you could fill that out. Increase your odds to win door prize. So Gladys, you're going to be the last question here. Steve, I'm sorry, we'll have to move on with the rest of the reporting issues we have on the agenda. So Gladys, is there a mic? Okay, there you go. I could hardly see you because of the bright lights. And
I just wanted to say that Marilyn actually covered a lot of what I wanted to say. I actually recently read a letter from my Auntie Helen, and it was from 1986, and I was going to school in London, and I was lonely. She would write to me all the time, and she had expressed to me how hard it was for her to be on council. Sorry if I'm getting emotional. I love my auntie so much, and I've seen so many of our family get beat up. We need to support our council. It's important. I know, because I'm speaking from experience, my husband's the chief in Stalaco, and every day is a struggle.
Bring him to it too.
I have to watch people, what they say on social media, and it rips me apart every day. I have anxiety every day because I can't take it. And we should be supporting our council. I know how hard they work, and when they go home, they don't stop working. They're still working. They're working. My husband is up at 6 in the morning. He is on a Zoom by 7 sometimes, 8 o'clock on a Zoom, and then he's out the door and he works all day. I can only text him. I can't even talk to him during the day because he's too busy. Then he comes home and I have supper ready. He's on his phone because members are texting, they have concerns. His work doesn't stop when he leaves the office. And all these people sitting here, their work doesn't stop. When they go home, they might have an hour to cook their suppers for their families, and then it's constant until they go to bed. Ours is 7 days a week. We don't get a break. There is no break from being on council. And I've seen so many people here get bashed on social media, and it's really sad. And I know how I feel, and I can't imagine how they feel. You know, women are strong in our community, but it's still really hard. You know, we have to support our managers, we have to support the staff here. I have always felt welcome here. When I walk in, everybody's happy. If you come in and you're happy, but if you have something to address, just say, I need to address something. Can I talk to someone? If you're reasonable, But some of the staff here, I know sometimes they have aggression. And then maybe somebody just came in and was aggressive with them. And so you don't know what they're going through that day. So just have some compassion. And, you know, my auntie, I think about her letter and how I still have that letter. I don't know, probably because I save everything. But, you know, we're going back years. Like we've been beating up councils for years. It doesn't matter whoever was on council, I always try to support them. I don't care who they are, what family they're from, I always try to support them. You know, and that's what we need to do. We just need to support all these people here sitting here because their life is for their whole term of the council. It doesn't stop. It's 7 days a week. And that's basically what I wanted to say. It's not easy. And my husband is really strong. Things roll off of him, but I take all those feelings on myself. So I just want people to know that, you know, the things that Marilyn said, that, you know, she's experienced it as a band manager. It's hard. It's hard work. It's hard to make so many people happy. It's hard to serve your community. It's hard to meet all the needs that we have. We have so many needs in this community. And there are a few things that I wanted to address. And I just made a couple little notes, and I'm really sorry for getting emotional. I would like to see some opportunities for small business. Communities, like there's women and men that are beading in this community. I can tell you that I have built a successful business on my own. I can sew every day and I can make a living at it. And I would love to share the skills that I have with this community. I'm open to teaching anybody that wants to learn. If you want to learn to sew, I'm happy to learn to sew and teach. There are so many people that have so many different skills. There's mothers that are at home. They can use those skills and make a really decent living doing it. So I would like to see some opportunities for people in this community to have small business, even if it's a small business grant and they write a proposal for it and have proof that this is what they're going to do. I would really love to see more of our arts come out, have people working with hides again, have people just embracing our culture, and expanding their. I was actually talking to Brent today, and he's got a whole bunch of art projects he wants to do, and he's very skilled. I know that when he does something, it's going to be first class, and I know that there's so many people in this community that can do first class work, and I would really love to see council kind of support that in some way, even if it's a small way, you know, buying them beads or buying them supplies to get started. But I just really wanted to thank you all for all that you do, because I know you wear your hearts on your sleeves, and I know that you care about this community. And thank you for putting yourself out there. And I myself really appreciate it.
Thank you, Gladys. So that wraps up this session of the Chief and Council report. I do want to make one comment before I leave, because I think it is important. It's been raised a couple times. The reason that Saik'uz and other nations work together on forestry, fishing, you know, all the files that Jasmine explained, all the files that the chief explained, is because when a right or title is evaluated by the province or Canada, it's done so at 1846 at contact. That's when contact is considered. That's the year that contact was considered. So it's not considered yesterday. The right isn't fabricated 10 years ago, how you fished 20 years ago. It's how our ancestors fished. For example, on a fishing right at 1846. You probably hear that from your legal counsel tomorrow. And that's how the Saik'uz and Stelako, you know, the only tribes inland who proved fishing rights in Canada. All the rest of the tribes that have proven that right are on the coast. So, you know, that's a huge leap forward, and you know, that's one example of working together. Second example is forestry. I don't know why we didn't make it such a big deal, but we're the few nations in Canada that have permanent tenure, the very same tenure that back in 1982 in April, where Jeffrey Thomas, as the chief, signed a declaration and claim that Saik'uz wants to use its resources the way it sees fit. It also wants a share of the revenue, and so on and so forth. So tenure, permanent tenure. I don't think any of the nations today would have got it unless we were all together. And the 1846 threshold comes to play in your favor. So that's kind of, you know, it doesn't explain everything, but that's the reason that you stay together, is because it's, I explained to, you know, for those of you who work on engines, it's just like trying to run an engine without a coil or some other electronic part that needs the engine to run. So you need all the components to be there, in this case to prove the right, and those components are embedded in history, the way our people lived at 1846 and before. So hopefully that explains a little bit, put a little bit of color on why the bands work together and continue to move on in that front, as Jasmine explained, with more recently with the Pathways Forward agreement, and that's what Pathways is really all about, working together and advancing title and rights. That being said, I want to thank Council for delivering reports and answering the questions. I know there's probably more that could be asked of Council, but I think Council is going to be here the next couple of days, and I think they'll afford you some time, some sidebars. There's offices here. Carry on those discussions. But in the meantime, let's go for another door prize. Are we ripe for a door prize? And once again, thank you, Chief and Council, for your reports. And then we'll, in the meantime, we'll get Cora up here to do her report while we're waiting for a door prize draw. How's that? Gary Joseph. Bingo. Good bingo. Another one?
Oh, there's two.
Cheryl? Sharon Raphael. Sharon. Sharon? All right, so one more. Sandra's department? John Holmes? John Holmes. John Holmes, you're a winner of a door prize. He left, so yeah, I gotta be here to win, I take it? Okay. Vivian Thomas. Vivian Thomas, you won a door prize. Congratulations to you all. Next up, Cora. Oh, there she is. It's hard to see with the blinding lights, so so when the speakers were speaking, I was just watching them on TV or the screen. It's much easier than getting blinded by the light, just like the song. There you go, Cora.
Can you hear me? Yeah? All right. Here we go. Nope, not that PowerPoint, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna do my report, and then I have a presentation that was given previously, but will be adding a little bit of information. And it was created by Lisa Krebs and the work that she's been doing with the nation. So I thank you for coming today, especially in light of the recent passing of Philip. My condolences to my family and all those that have been affected by his passing. So I hope everyone had a chance to get out in the summer weather and enjoy some of the summertime fun that we all get an opportunity to do in our territory. And I hope that you've been able to harvest and gather the things that you wanted to gather this year. I know it was hard. We had low returns for salmon. We have low numbers of moose in our territory, and it was also a drought year. So I know things for harvesting are going to get really hard in the next little while. And I hope that the planning that we're doing at the nation level can help alleviate some of the pressures that we're seeing out in the territory. So the fire season this year was really bad, one of the worst that we've seen in recent history. It's still ongoing, so we have many, many fires within the Van Jam, which is the Vanderhoof Fort St. James Operating Center. And throughout the summer, there was more than 20 plus fires continuously throughout the fire season. So it's put a lot of pressure, not only on our staff, but the resources available to us to help address some of the fire issues that we faced this year. And just to highlight a little bit of it, we were faced with a fire season where if we were evacuated, we wouldn't have had anywhere to go. And so the planning within community tried to address making sure that while we were in community, we had the available resources that we needed to ensure people were maintaining their mental health and their physical health in their homes. Part of that effort was going door to door, making sure that we're collecting as much information as we could from members in case we did get evacuated, and then also providing the air purifiers and air conditioners to members that were needing them. That being said, if you still require some, please let us know, and we can make sure that that gets to you. It's also been one of the worst opioid crisis years that we've seen yet. So we have a lot of members that we've lost, as well as some who have ended up in situations that are not ideal for their mental and physical health. And part of that effort was ensuring that we're trying to provide as much resources as we can, and when they feel like they need more or they want more help, being as open as possible to providing that to them. And we're doing that by increasing healing supports through funding, accessing additional funding, so that we can send more people to more healing places. And it's not just limited to a certain few. So we're trying to ensure that that's happening, as well as ensuring that we try to fill the positions that we have available within the nation. So the Pathway Forward agreements have created the space to provide opportunity to members where First Nations Health Authority, CSFS, and our own ISC programs can't deliver any of those resources. So we're trying to find innovative ways to providing things to community. So we have some events that I'd like to just highlight that are coming in the near future. Truth and Reconciliation Day, a health and prevention fair, Tri-Community Halloween Dance for Youth, a community Christmas party, the Officer of Christmas Party, Kids in Care, Christmas hampers, and many other events in the fall and winter months. And please keep in mind, as you've heard very much today from Chief and Council, that we're running at a reduced capacity. And I do acknowledge Geraldine trying to access resources within the band office, including resources from myself. I did and do try to return phone calls when I do get messages. A lot of times those phone calls don't get answered. So I apologize for not making enough effort to get in contact with people. But I do hope that you understand that my time is very, very stretched thin. And I do oversee quite a bit within the nation. And I hope that over the next 2 days, you'll kind of get an idea of what the nation and the organization has been working on. So some of the projects that I oversee outside of the day-to-day stuff are the multiplex renovations. So we're working with about 4 different agencies to try and get the multiplex renovated. It is a very complicated process because we need to access funding from multiple places to ensure that we're getting what we want out of that building. Some of the renovations that we are requesting for is to redo the roof, make sure the foundation is sound, make sure that we're increasing the ability to utilize that building through renovations of the kitchen, renovating the bathrooms, office space, and upgrading our air, not air conditioning, but our air system to an HVAC system so that we have a building that has clean air. Right now, we don't have access to a clean air building, and this is really important with the fire season upon us. I think everyone's felt the effects of the smoke and how much damage it can do to your health. So we want to have a space where we can access freely. Not only that, a space where we can provide warmth in the cold winter months when we face those -40 weather changes. I think more and more we're going to see climate change, and those events are going to become worse and they're going to last longer. So keeping in mind that we're trying to make changes that are going to address some of the climate change that we're going to face in the next 10 to 20 years. The road extension has been put on halt a little bit because, as you may have seen with all the other projects, the budgets for those projects have doubled since inflation in the last 5 months. And so we are concerned that the funding that was allocated to that particular project is not going to be adequate enough to get the work done. So we've seen trades, prices, material prices have all pretty much tripled in the last 6 months, which has doubled all of our budgets, at least by double, for everything that we're facing right now. So all the projects you see is costing us a lot more to accomplish. We have a special projects, and Albert is somewhere around here with his crew, and they've been working on various different projects. All of our programs have small little projects that need to be completed that can't be completed by the managers that are running those programs. So his crew is helping alleviate some of that pressure. So you might see them doing many, many different things in community, and that's just to ensure that we're trying to get as much done as we can within the year. We have the wood program now that is being funded by multiple different funding sources. So prevention is now focused on ensuring that our families have the resources they need to keep kids in community. Part of that is ensuring that utilities and wood costs are being addressed because they are extensive, and it does cost a lot of money to bring wood into this community. It also costs a lot of money to heat your homes. And that pressure we're seeing across the board. It's not just with those that have children, it's everyone in community is facing higher hydro bills, which is really, really showing an effect on your ability to buy food, get to town, get to Prince George. So we're trying to find creative ways to help alleviate some of that stress. We also have our partnership with Sinclair. I want to touch on that a little bit. They are facing a curtailment in October. I was part of the planning for that, the after effects of that curtailment. Some of the planning that was talked about was just how we're going to provide resources to those that have been laid off. And that doesn't include any extraordinary measures. It's very much the basic stuff that we have access to. So opening up more positions at the nation, providing more training opportunities, providing funding so that you can get your class 1 or level 3 first aid, different things like that. So all of those things we're taking into consideration, and also trying to provide opportunity for members to gain employment when they've been laid off from Sinclair. As you may have noticed, I want to touch on one more thing. So within the wood program, we were getting contributions from Tinto with logging truckloads of wood. I know some of that wood varied in the quality of it, and it affected how you were able to use that wood. So I know a lot of the wood that we got last year, some of it was green. That wood was donated to the nation. And so it wasn't something that we purchased, it was a donation from one of the industry partners that we have. I do recognize it is green wood and it's unusable. So to avoid some of those issues in the future, we've opted for the wood program to go out to the bush and get more wood. With the fires, that's created a really, really difficult situation where they're having to travel further and further to access adequate wood to put in your stoves. So all I ask is a little patience. We did get a huge influx of orders all at once, and I think we got about 70 orders within a week. And so our wood crew feels like they're behind, but I want to reassure you that they are working to ensure that everyone gets wood in a timely manner before the snow hits the ground. You may have noticed there's big piles of dirt beside the cemetery. So prior to site construction work for the health station, we wanted to make sure that we were gathering all the information that we could from that site. So we got an archaeology crew to go out there to monitor before they started doing any construction. So as we found out the amount of artifacts that were actually found on the site, we decided to halt that work until all that archaeology work was finished. So those big piles of dirt are untested and unprocessed dirt. So it's the surface layers, the first 30 centimeters of the dirt that was on the ground has been scraped off, and then we'll go through it over time. There are ideas that it could be youth engagement or an opportunity for our youth to do the work and learn about some of their history. Some of the artifacts that I've found are very, very interesting. I tried to include some into my report, but not all of the photos made it into the report. But we do have a lot of artifacts that have come out of that site. Out of the approximately 150 test sites, about 70% of those test sites came back positive. So there are hundreds of artifacts coming out of that particular archaeology testing ground. And we don't want to move forward with the health station construction until that is kind of addressed and that we have a plan moving forward to get all that information out of the dirt. Some of the things that they found are some large spearheads. They found many, many arrowheads. They found some metal arrowheads, some trading beads that were hand carved. There's some belt buckles and many, many other things. So some of the decisions that are going to have to be made moving forward is whether or not we want those tested to see where they originated from, how old they are, even taking samples off some of the arrowheads and spearheads that might have leftover residue from an animal being killed or things like that. So we have the opportunity to gain more information from that project. And just a little more on projects in the community. We have 12 large projects happening currently. The daycare, health station, multiplex, Bednesty building, special projects, the Healing Fire Arbor, the large and small greenhouse, the clan house, the fire hall, the road extension, the new housing units coming in, and the community park. And those are just large projects. That does not include any of the smaller ones that you see going on in community. On top of all of that, we have 6 major projects that we are being consulted on. RTA, Canada, Artemis, BC Hydro, the Pathways Agreements process, and then economic development within that process, and Coastal GasLink. So some of the staff focus that we've been initiating is we've seen a really, really big influx of growth within ISK programming, health programming, prevention health programming, and even the administration programming that we need to provide from the nation. So many, many employees have been working really, really hard to ensure that all of this stuff is being addressed, completed, and still has movement forward. We have about 99, and you'll hear more from our HR, but we have about 99 people on staff that are full-time right now. We have 14 that are casual and part-time, and then we have 16 vacancies. So that number has grown quite a bit in the last 5 years. And it is a lot of people to keep track of on a day-to-day basis. That is part of my job, including all of the oversight that I need to do on all the projects and programs that are operating within the nation. So demand has increased exponentially following the implementation of reconciliation at the provincial and federal level, not only at the provincial and federal level, but the municipalities and industry also have a mandate to facilitate reconciliation. That means we have all of those industries and governments coming to your managers, coming to me, coming to chief and council, and trying to learn who Saik'uz is, what we're all about. So we spend a lot of our time trying to explain to non-Indigenous organizations how Saik'uz works, what our priorities are, what our values are, and what we feel is important for the nation moving forward, and how we want to negotiate those things moving forward. Which means that we need to have a deep understanding of our culture, our traditions, and our practices. But in order to sit at those tables, we need to have a deep understanding of the Western or non-Indigenous ways of doing business. We have to have that knowledge in order to make the arguments that we need to make to ensure that our values and priorities are addressed. And this concept that I'm talking about is a concept called two-eyed seeing. And two-eyed seeing, I'll read the quote that I came across online, is adamantly, respectfully, and passionately asks that we bring together our different ways of knowing to motivate people, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal alike, to use all our understandings so we can leave the world a better place and not compromise the opportunities for our youth through our own inactions. And for me, that interprets to making sure that we have a voice at the table and that we're using our voice, not just participating in the meetings, but vocally and physically showing industry and government that we have priorities as a community and as members, and we need them addressed. So with that, we need to ensure that our processes internally at the nation level are including Indigenous ways of thinking, our perspectives, our way of believing, believing that all things are living things and how we have respect for those things. That means that some of our policies and procedures need to change to reflect some of our culture and practices. One example of that is changing bereavement for staff to include, previously it was 5 days. We all know that business and putting someone to rest does not happen in 5 days. We know that it happens at least 10 days. So we made a recommendation to allow staff to have 10 days to do business for their family members, because that's how long it takes. We're not going to cut our time short just to ensure that we get back to work. But healing and laying our members to rest is really important. It's all a part of that healing process. We have to do those things. We have to do the business in order for our nations to heal. So you'll see over time that we're going to include some of those things into our policies and procedures, but it's also happening at a much broader scale. We've been working very closely with Lisa Krebs, who is a registered planner, and she has been strategically developing plans for and with managers to ensure that we're giving as much resources to community as possible, and ensuring that we're fighting and having a voice at those tables when we need to have a voice. So next steps, I'll identify some next steps here, but we have the implementation of the full prevention programming and post-majority planning. These are two huge programs that are coming within the next year that's going to drastically change what resources we have available for children in care or those at risk of being brought into the ministry's authority. We want to finish and finalize the capital projects on the books, and as you can see, there's a lot of projects on the go right now, and those are just the ones that we're dealing with this year. The strategic planning with managers and programs, we want to ensure that that work continues and it feeds into the overall planning and goals and visions that Chief and Council have set out for the nation. Community engagement on band initiatives and projects, and there's lots of comments that I've heard today on not enough information getting out to community, and so a lot of effort is going to be made to reestablishing those community engagement sessions. We have a lot of information that we need to get out to community, and it's a lot of work and it takes a lot of time, and as you will see over the next 2 days, our managers are stretched really, really thin. So again, please have patience with them. The development and implementation of a corporate structure to facilitate legal land use planning and economic development initiatives for the nation. We have a comprehensive community plan that needs to be developed. We have the funding for it, but with all the infrastructure being built in community, it didn't make sense to make a plan without having that stuff in place and knowing what the demands and needs are of that infrastructure first. We have wildfire reconstruction of culture camps. So I don't know that everyone is aware, but the first sweep of the fire took out a cabin, a member's cabin at culture camp. The second sweep of the fire took out the cook shack, the pit house, the outhouse, and all the remaining buildings at culture camp. So this year we're going to work on making sure those things get rebuilt. We are also going to initiate the renovation of the ball field. I know that's something that everyone has been looking forward to for a long time, including myself. My kids love ball, and I love supporting them in that sport. So they'll definitely be utilizing that opportunity. I continue to have an open door policy, as the entire nation does have that policy, unless I'm otherwise occupied. I'm very, very stretched thin, and I do try and take members' calls and visits when I can. I do sit at tables that aren't being occupied by other managers and council right now. But there are a lot of projects that we need to have addressed, and what I mentioned today is just a part of it. There's still a lot more that our managers take care of. And we do have a lot of vacancies. We will be looking at maybe an augmented hiring process, as the policy states we need to wait for 3 applications. So unless we get 3 applications in for that position, we can't initiate interviews. So I hear people when they're saying they do apply, but we're not getting enough applications to facilitate that interview process. So I'll be reaching out to HR to maybe look at augmenting that process so that we can get more people hired in a more timely manner. So now I'll go into a little bit of the PowerPoint presentation that was created through our governance and strategic planning with Lisa Krebs. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about road to self-government. And my position as general manager kind of brings together council's vision and community needs and values that kind of need to be incorporated into one direction. Some of this direction is guided by a lot of very, very broad planning processes. So this presentation, I hope, can help explain how those processes kind of need to come together in order for our nation to move forward. So we're going to look at strategic growth and development within the political and regional context. So we'll talk about the growth, and when I think about nation growth and community growth, I think about how I, as a mother, can plan for my great-grandchildren's future based on what I'm doing today. We are facing a massive growth, not only within our community, but as a country. I learned in the last 2 weeks that Canada has grown, just last year alone, by 2.5 million people immigrating into our country. That growth is a whole city of people coming in 1 year. That means that they're going to need and want somewhere to go. They're going to need and want somewhere to work, which means that encroachment and movement into the traditional territory is going to increase exponentially, especially if we see another 2.5 million people coming into Canada next year. We see the changes in Vanderhoof, in our employees that are working in all of the service industry, and how those faces have changed over the years. We need to take a bigger role in how we grow together as one. And some of this work that we've been doing kind of facilitates a process in how to do that. A lot has been accomplished over the last 5 years, and we continue to work for our people to strategically develop our organization into our own Saik'uz government. And we want to move towards self-government. We don't want to be an ISK-led organization anymore. We're starting to invest in different opportunities where we can govern ourselves and not be governed by Canada or the ISK policies. The vision of Saik'uz government includes managing our territory with our neighboring nations and BC and shaping our regional economy. And the role of our band is in transition. The financial relationship with ISK is becoming less important as nations move towards own source revenue and increase revenue sharing with government and industry. So these pathway forward agreements are changing how we're engaging with government. And it's a very different landscape than we've seen in the last 20 years, 20 to 50 years. So we recognize the change in chief and council and the political climate and reconciliation that we've been introduced to over the last 4 to 5 years. We've successfully used the courts to protect our rights and title against Alcan and BC. Leadership is strategically building the nation towards self-governance through all of these processes. Since 2018, we have prepared strategic plans to support the development of the organization and to work towards a vision for community wellness that includes self-governance. It puts our people at the center and thinks about community, culture, economy, environment, and rights and title. We create a pathways department to support our current programs, to deliver services for members that FNHA and ISK would not consider, as I mentioned earlier. And this is unique, where we don't have a process to actually deliver any of these resources. So we're developing them all on our own, including prevention. These are all very new opportunities that the nation has at its footsteps. And if we don't capitalize on all of these opportunities, we're only setting ourselves up to fail. So we need to plan for this, and we need community involvement to ensure that all of this stuff is going to happen the way that it needs to happen. And all of these processes are unique. We don't see them in any other engagements around Canada or BC. Our DACA nations have an opportunity that not many people in this country have. Including those opportunities are the healing fires, the way that we're able to give back to community that way, the way that we're able to go to Prince George and offer resources and supplies for those that are living on the streets. It's creating our own food security through building greenhouses in community. And it's the economic growth that we see coming through business opportunities from industry approaching the nation rather than us going to them with a hat in hand. Our financial management and policies are sound, and we continue to do our due diligence and make sure we protect the nation's fiscal responsibilities. We'd like to work towards greater capacity and have our targets identified and next milestones solidified. And we need that by having more people brought on staff and continued engagement with community members. Part of the way that we're ensuring that we have fiscal responsibility is by re-engaging with the First Nations Financial Management Board to gain certification and gain financial compliance and more borrowing power. When we're faced with these economic opportunities, we also have to bring something to the table. We need to have the resources there to support ourselves in those engagements. And that means we need to see effective growth. We're looking at nation building, strategic thinking, and alignment. And through that, we have an opportunity with reconciliation in the Pathway Forward process. We've been in that negotiation process for over a decade now, and we are negotiating for better decision-making authority and power to manage our own territory through resource management planning. It also provides the legal opportunities for self-government and the fiscal framework to support it. Council is developing our nation in the right way and making sure that our people are at the center, protecting rights and title, looking at economy and stewardship, building a generational healing plan, and supporting leadership obligations to the long-range vision of the future, building our organization to support this vision and into self-governance. So as I said before, our programs and leadership mandate and goals are trying to be brought together through this process. In 2021, Council supported a pilot project, the Ecosystem Restoration Plan, to begin exploring what traditional governance can do and how it can support Council in making land decisions. In 2022, council developed a strategic plan, and it identified strengthen the relationship between council and the clans. I think we can further expand on that and include KO and its members and its member representatives. And finding a way for council to work with traditional governance and restore Saik'uz governance. It has been and always will be a priority to ensure that members' voices are being incorporated into the planning process within our programming. Today, our health, lands, pathways, language, and cultural department are working as a governance team to support Indigenous lawmaking for child and family protection. And this was gained through the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and the decision that was made to ensure that our kids are going to be taken care of by our community members and our own laws and practices so that we don't see our kids leaving community and ending up in another province or in another town where they don't have an opportunity to come home and visit and learn what their culture and practices are. The governance team continues to support our clans and KO towards our own governance model, which includes developing the organization to support this work and bringing it back to community. We see this work as part of a generational healing plan that brings us back under our own laws. We're proud of where we are with this work, and we're blazing a trail for our neighbors who might not have the resources or opportunities that are being created within Saik'uz. I'm very, very proud of the direction that we're going and the work that our staff has been able to accomplish in the short amount of time with the limited amount of capacity. We're doing things a lot of nations either don't have the opportunity to do or haven't found a way forward. And I feel like having such a strong staff and leadership has given us the ability to accomplish some things that other nations might not be able to accomplish. So they're very much looking to Saik'uz for a lot of leadership and guidance. And I'm very proud of that fact because we have a lot of very intelligent, strong people in community. And I'm very thankful for that. Council is considering the balance between economy and our rights. Our territory is disturbed by much of industry, including forestry and agriculture. And we can't support economic development to go any further in damaging our territory and our land and our rights and title without having first come to us to find out what our priorities are and committing to collaborating and engaging with community members to hear what your concerns are, to hear what your priorities are. So we will work together with members to make sure development reflects their interests through a mandate. So engagement sessions like this, all the comments that we hear, all of the concerns, they don't go unheard. Our managers are in the room and they're listening, and these are very much the things that they're bringing forward at the meetings that they're participating in. There are some examples within BC that give us a little bit of insight into how we can move forward. One example is the Okanagan Indian Band. They've developed a model to engage with community over an overall economic development mandate. The mandate aligns with values from the community and in operation with the development corporation that maintains council's arm's length to fiscal obligations. So this ensures that the political table and the economic development table has their own processes that aren't getting meddled with by political agendas, but ensuring that those values and objectives are being communicated from council, but are still operating on their own so that they maintain business accountability and responsibility. The process also includes screening of positive and negative impacts to rights and community values. So within that mandate and the model, It ensures that community voices are incorporated into economic development decision-making processes, as well as ensuring that those objectives and values are incorporated into Chief and Council's mandate moving forward. The Okanagan Indian Band model increases due diligence to protect the resources of the nation and ensure there is no conflict between economic development and stewardship priorities. At the organization level, the nation is preparing a 10-year fiscal plan to understand our operational needs and give us information to help us make better decisions, including options for sharing economic development benefits, as we've heard today. We know this is a priority for you, but ensuring that it's done in the right way is also of great value for the nation, so that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot by doing something that we're not prepared for. So I want to thank you again today for listening to me and giving me the opportunity to offer a little bit of insight into what I've been working on over the last year and a half. There's a lot more work to do, and I have a lot more visions and goals that I want to see accomplished, even within my role, to ensure that the nation has a voice and that we're getting your information effectively. Again, I apologize for not being available to everybody when they need my help, or they need my ear, or they need to just sit and talk. My time is very, very stretched thin, and I do work a lot. And as Gladys said, my phone still rings when I go home. I get messages all the time, in the evenings and the weekends. So that time doesn't stop for me either. I don't get a lot of time off. Sorry, I get emotional. But that doesn't mean that I don't have a passion and compassion for doing work for my community. I went to school to do this work exactly. And when I came back, I didn't expect to have a job like this, but I was asked to take this position on, and I graciously took it because I do want to give back to my community. And that was the whole point of me going back to school, is so that I could come back and offer all this to you. It is for me, but ultimately I'm doing this for my community and my members because I care a lot about how this is moved forward. So, merci.
Yeah. So thank you for that, Cora. I see that dinner is being rolled out here, so we don't want to get that, don't want to miss dinner. So we'll just go on to the next report, Marie. Human resources.
Sorry, I've got a cold, everybody, and I'm trying to be diligent. So my name is Marie Boivin, and I've only been here just over a year. So first and foremost, I would like to say that during my first year working in my home community has been fulfilling. Every day is new and different. I enjoy my interactions with community members and family and coworkers. The Human Resources Manager is a new position. Prior to my arrival, there were several people involved in all the aspects of HR. This new position has alleviated the extra duties that these others were taking on, so now they can actually perform the tasks that they were hired to do. A few items that I am charged with is create or edit job descriptions, create or edit policies and procedures, research, training, and development for all staff, assist in recruiting, interviewing, and hiring of new staff. I assist with the evaluations. I assist in the discipline if necessary. I maintain all the employee files. I maintain any disability files. I serve as a link between the organization and its employees, and I maintain confidentiality. My door is also open for any staff or management that want to come and talk to me. I can close the door, no problem, and have a private chat if you need to. A few things that I have worked on since coming on is I helped the nation and created an honorarium policy for consistency. We can't have Joe getting paid $100 for sweeping the floor and then have Martha getting paid $200 for the same job. So at least now that policy is consistent and straight across the board. I've created the cash handling policy for the Saik'uz First Nations store. And this will create an accurate count for any cash deposits within the banking for the finance department. As Cora had mentioned before, I've helped to edit the HR policy to stay in line with the federal regulations and the culture of Saik'uz First Nation. As Cora mentioned, we now have a 10-day bereavement for family. Currently, the employees that we have within the nation, full-time, part-time, new hires, and casual, are 99, as what Cora said. All the new hires within 2023, including part-time and casual, are 27. So since January of this year, we've hired 27. The open positions that we have now are 16, so we're still looking for more. Those positions are, we have created a few positions, and these are the new ones. Admin assistant for the maintenance department, an event coordinator, the finance assistant is a new position, prevention manager is a new position, and a maintenance manager is a new position. It's not Mickey's job, we're just getting him some help. Other positions that we do have open are the admin assistants in the prevention department. This is a term position as Shelby's on leave right now. We are looking for the band designate representative, part-time CHR, community health rep, community mentor for the Right to Play program, an on-call ECE, early childhood educator, economic development manager, which is also a term position because Jason took on a council role, and an economic development assistant. Payroll clerk, ours left in June, so right now poor Carla is doing payroll and the accounts payable. NADAP worker for at the health station, and also a youth support worker, which is a term position because Ashley is on leave also. So I do have folders in the hallway. If you want to apply for any of those positions, put your resume in the folder, and I can gather them up at the end of the AGA here, and I can go through them. Thank you.
All right, so moving along, we have the Traditional Governance Oversight Committee folks. Sorry, Finance, I made a mistake. They can go for, okay, Finance folks, might as well come up here then. Then the committee will come up and finish the reporting off before dinner. Don't be shy. I'm just kidding. I think you guys have presentations, am I correct? Finance? Okay. Okay, Finance Department, it's all yours.
No, I don't think so. Can you hear me?
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, Saik'uz. My name is Crystal Franks, and I've been the finance at Saik'uz for the past 3 years. In June 2020, I joined the team at Saik'uz First Nation, responsible for financial oversight and government reporting of Saik'uz First Nation and its many government-owned entities. This has been an enormous task, and although progress may feel slow, looking back to when I started, I can proudly say we have made huge and beneficial changes in finance over the last 3 years. My number one responsibility as finance manager is to ensure that Saik'uz First Nation and its many government-owned businesses are accurately represented financially and that all public sector accounting principles are adhered to correctly. This objective is independently audited by KPMG, who will report on their findings shortly. In preparation for the 22-23 fiscal audit, I completed in-depth reviews of every department and program run by the management team. Saik'uz has 204 departments, 194 of them currently active and run by 13 department managers. Each department manager is doing their absolute best to ensure that all band objectives are met. There are many vacant positions, as Marie had mentioned, so ensure you check out the job postings listed at the Saik'uz website and the HR table outside. The review process mentioned consisted of in-person three-way meetings between myself, General Manager Cora, and individual department managers, where each department was reviewed in detail, line by line with the managers. From those meetings, department managers were tasked with submitting monthly reviews of their department ledgers, as well as financial budgets for the 23-24 fiscal year. Each department schedule prepared was then presented to Chief and Council with the assistance and input of the related managers to provide full transparency and to broaden knowledge of the many activities. Department managers also currently use a program called Adagio FX that was rolled out last year. With this feature, managers have instantaneous access to department components of their financials, assisting them with day-to-day budgeting, reporting, and operating requirements. In addition to each of the departments and programs run by the department managers, we also have numerous businesses that affect the financial reporting, both individually and as a band. Although this is an incredible undertaking, each company serves as a distinct purpose and falls into the overall corporate structure of the entity. Leadership is currently working with a number of consultants to ensure the absolute best structure is maintained going forward. Saik'uz First Nation also participates in a number of partnership agreements, as mentioned by Chief and Council and by Cora. Saik'uz First Nation is a large organization with an astonishing number of projects currently on the go and on the horizon. Saik'uz has an incredible vision to grow and to ensure the future of the nation is sustained. There's a significant amount of work still to complete to ensure that each of the companies is caught up with the requirements of operating a business. That being said, finance itself is specifically looking for two positions, the payroll clerk and finance assistant. These job postings can also be found on the website and at Marie's booth outside. The finance team currently consists of myself and Carla Tambaga. Carla moved from the Philippines in 2011. She has been with Saik'uz since the fall of 2019. Carla is our accounts payable clerk and has been working double duty as the payroll clerk as well since the beginning of June. She's also enrolled in a bookkeeping certificate program through CNC to further her knowledge and her roles in finance. Carla is an extremely valuable asset to finance department and has transitioned through many roles within finance, including payroll and benefit administration. Carla is consistently complimented on her flexibility, reliance, and her calm and welcoming demeanor. She is grateful for the experience of working in a community that supports their members, protects their lands, resources, culture, and traditions for current and future generations. KPMG once again performed the financial audit of Saik'uz First Nation. A financial audit is an objective examination and evaluation of the financial statements of any organization to ensure that the financial reports are fair and accurate representation of the transactions management claim to represent. With that being said, I would like to introduce and welcome Michaela, the audit partner with KPMG, who is on site to present the audited financial statements for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2023.
Thank you, Crystal. Can everyone hear me? So hi, everyone. As Crystal mentioned, I'm Michaela. I am an audit partner out of the KPMG Prince George office, so didn't have to travel very far to come visit. So a huge thank you for allowing me here in your community to present the numbers. I know that I'm holding you back from dinner, so I will try to be explain the financials as best as I can for you today. Happy to take any questions. I know that your finance team and Chief and Council are always willing, and Cora, to help answer any questions that you might have that might come up a little later. So please feel free to do that. And I do have my contact information in the package. I'm happy to answer any members' questions as well directly. So I have a PowerPoint for you today here. I've condensed the financial statements to try and capture all the main highlights. So today I'm going to go through, on the agenda, I'm going to go through who KPMG is. I'm going to go through the numbers with you, and then I'll go through, and I have a couple charts that I'm going to go through just so you can kind of see in chart formation some of the revenues and expenses. So we'll go to the first agenda item here. Who is KPMG? So KPMG, we're an external auditor. That means that we have to make sure that we are not related to those charged with governance. We're not related to the finance department. We have no control over or any way of posting any kind of journal entries. We come in completely independent and we perform audit procedures. So we, on a sample basis, select invoices. We make sure that the revenue that Saik'uz has reported in their financial statements is correct, matches the funders, what the funders have given. Most importantly, we also look at and confirm with financial institutions, so the banks, to make sure that if you say there's the amount of money that's in there actually is in there and it's fully reconciled. And we also assist management in preparing the financial statements. These are very complicated statements and they get more complicated by the year. So we help management with the disclosures that are required and all the policies that you need to document on the financial statements in accordance with the Canadian public sector accounting standards. So our auditor's report. We have issued a clean audit this year again, which kudos to your team, to your finance team, those charged with governance, and your management teams. So that means that we did not find any material misstatements. That means that the financial statements, as Crystal mentioned, are fairly reported under those standards, the accounting standards. As well, we had to do many inquiries with management and with those charged with governance throughout the summer while we were doing the audit. But if there is anything that anybody needs to report to me as your external auditor, please feel free. My information, my email address is right there at mroke@kpmg.ca. Please feel free to reach out at any point if you have anything to report or would like to talk about the financial statements with the auditor directly. Remember, we are their auditors all year round, so we're here to help along the way as well. So maybe before I go into the numbers, I do want to say a huge thank you, Crystal, and your team, and Cora, and Chief and Council. These nation audits are very difficult. There's many funders, there's many agreements, lots of contracts, lots of fine print that we all have to dig through. I was saying to Crystal before, this summer before we wrapped up, you know, the volume, since I've even started as your auditor, I'm fairly new as your auditor the last few years, and the volume has been incredible with the amount of projects that Cora had mentioned. Everything that you guys do, finance feels the impact of the dollars moving back and forth, and so the volume has increased tremendously. I can see why you guys have finance positions open. So I do want to say, you know, a huge kudos to those managing your finances and watching over your finances. It's not an easy job. It's very complicated. So I just want to say a huge thank you for being fully transparent with KPMG and providing us any information that we do need, so thank you. So I'll start diving into the numbers. The first part is going to be the assets. So these are financial assets, anything that can be converted into cash or some type of cash quite quickly within the year. So I'm going to start with the cash, the bank accounts. Saik'uz has cash of this year for March 31, 2023 of 24.2 million compared to 16.7 million in the previous year. So we're going to see shortly that this year there was a surplus, and there's a number of reasons for that in the year. The surplus came in at 15.8 million this year, and I'll go through the details here shortly so you can see. Accounts receivable, 2.4 million compared to 2.2. Accounts receivable are amounts that the funders owe Saik'uz, but haven't given you the cash yet. So these are included in that 2.4 million is Carriacou County Family Services, 646,000. There's some gaming revenue of 173,000. Coastal Gas Link included in there, waiting to receive 263,000. So these are all funders that owe Saik'uz funds. The next line is GICs. So Saik'uz does have $1 million right now set aside in a guaranteed investment certificate to earn interest. There's a little bit of equity sitting in the Four Rivers Co-op of 84,000. The next line is investments in government business entities of 6.9 million compared to 4.9 million in the previous year. So this line captures any entities or government business entities that Saik'uz is involved with and has ownership stake in. So this balance tracks the investment throughout the years. Right now, that $6.9 million, the biggest pieces are made up of Taggy Contracting LP, 2.6 million, Tinto Forest Products LP, 3.1 million, and there's also an advance held in trust right now for the Taggy Tatak Resort LP entity of 954,000. There's the Ottawa Trust Funds of 975,000 that's sitting with the Government of Canada on your behalf, held in trust for you for the future. So total financial assets is 35.6 million compared to 26.8 in the previous year. Is that me? Sorry about that. Sorry. Yeah, are you listening? The next slide here is the financial liabilities. So this is everything that Saik'uz owed right at March 31. So the first line is accounts payable and accrued liabilities. Included in here are bills and invoices that had to be paid yet. The cash hadn't gone out the door yet, but still the responsibility of the nation. Also included in here is wages payable of 330,000. Included in there is also vacation, bank time. Anything that's owed to the staff is captured here as a liability for the future to be paid out to them. The next line is called deferred revenue. Deferred revenue is when the nation has received funds for a project or something to build in the future, and these funds are in the bank account, but the expenditures hadn't been spent yet on the very specific project. So right now it's sitting at 813,000. Included in there, there's some ISK funds for 400,000. FNHA has 152,000 in there as well, and some other smaller funders. And the last line in terms of financial liabilities is your long-term debt. 367,000 is what the debt is sitting at right now, and that's with RBC, a term loan. And with the payments throughout the year, it went from 428,000 down to 367. So total financial liabilities for the year was 2.2 million. So this next slide here shows if you were to take all of your financial assets, collect everything you're owed, collect all the investments in these business entities, if they were to pay you out, and you had to pay out all your debt, so your financial assets less your financial liabilities, paid all your staff for everything you're owed, the net financial assets is what's left over. And remember, this is just the financial piece. It doesn't include your capital and your physical assets. This year, Saik'uz First Nation has net financial assets of 33.3 million compared to 23.3 million last year. So the chart kind of shows a 5-year comparative of how you've grown and how much has been set aside for your future. You can see the blue graph there. This year it really extended quite far, and now you have $33.3 million of net financial assets. So the next slide is your capital items. So this is all your buildings, everything you own physically. It's sitting at 26.5 million compared to 21 million in the previous year. So in the year, the nation purchased $6.3 million of physical assets. 3.5 million of it was the housing. There was 1.6 million in housing renovations, 334,000 on the health center, 208,000 on greenhouses, and there was a backhoe purchase for 239,000. Those are the bigger capital purchases this year. As well, in the year, 819,000 of an expense was recorded for what we call amortization, and that's an accounting estimate that your management team has to come up with for the wear and tear on the physical assets every year. That has to be recorded. And with prepaid expenses, your total non-financial assets is 26.7 million compared to 21 million in the previous year. So this is your statement of operations. This year, the nation brought in 26.4 million of total revenues were recorded compared to 19.7 million in the previous year. Expenses came in at 11.5 million to run all the departments, and compared to 11.8 million in the previous year. As well, in terms of earnings from your investments in these other business companies, the equity for this year came in at 926,000 compared to almost 1.1 million in the previous year. Of the 926,000, Taggy Contracting brought in 282,000 and Tinto brought in 643,000. In total, the annual surplus for the year was 15.8 million compared to 9 million in the previous year. Now, a big piece of this surplus is, and we'll see, is Pathways Forward funds, and we'll see that here on the next page. Just a pie chart here, just to break the revenue out. We'll take a look at 2023. The 4 big pieces of the pie this year, Pathways monies made up 48% of the total revenues. Indigenous Services Canada made up 24% of the pie. Own source and miscellaneous income made up 15% of the pie, and then CMHC housing funds came in at 7% of the pie. The next slide shows the expenses. Here's all your departments. The 4 departments that make up the biggest pieces of the pie. Administration makes up 27% of the $11.5 million expenses. Education makes up 18%, social development 16%, and lands 9%. Administration last year was 31%, and it's this year makes up 27% of the pie this year. So the next slide just shows your surpluses over the last 5 years. You can see that in 2019, the nation brought in 1.7 million in surplus, and this year you saw a $15.8 million surplus being recorded. The next slide shows that the $15.8 million that you generated this year in surplus gets added to last year's accumulated surplus. So accumulated surplus is the surplus that the nation has generated since inception of the nation. And so us as accountants, we keep a tally of all the deficits, all the surpluses. Last year was 44.3 million, and this year, with the addition of the 15.8 million, you have total accumulated surplus of $60.1 million. And the next slide shows that the $60 million isn't all free and clear for you to spend tomorrow on projects. I'm sure Cora would love that. But the $60 million is broken out as well, the value that you have in your physical assets. So you don't have the cash for it. It's just, you'd have to sell your buildings and things like that to get the value out. And you don't want to do that because you need that for your community. So just a reminder that 60 million number isn't all unrestricted surpluses. But that $60 million is made up of 32.8 million of operating surpluses. 26.1 million is your value in your capital in your community. You have Ottawa Trust Funds sitting with the government at 975,000, and then there's some treaty funds still surplus in that department for 176,000. So that in total is your 60.1 million. And that's everything. That's the financial statements for March 31, 2023. Again, a huge thank you to your teams, and thank you for having me here.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll take 3 questions because we have dinner ready, and then when we get to dinner, I'll just announce now that we'll have the elders get served first, or serve yourself first. So laser focused questions, we'll take 3 of them. Then we will go to a resolution to entertain the adoption of this year's financial statements. So what do we got? One question to my left. Yeah, let's focus strictly on the audit here. Questions on the audit.
Mike Jack. I was wondering if some of that funding could be used for entrepreneurs like myself. I've been trying to create a business, but I'm not quite there yet. I'm still learning, but I was wondering if there would be funding for future entrepreneurs that might want to create their own business in the future.
Business development funding, Cora?
Hey, definitely something that we're considering, and it's within the economic development plan that Jason created. That being said, with Jason on council, the movement of that economic development plan is slowed down, hasn't stopped, but it's slowed down. We have been looking at opportunities for business development and creating small grants, large grants, and community initiatives that can access some of the revenue that you see here today in the financial statements. It's not something that we're avoiding and not trying to do. It's just that with the limited capacity, we're only able to address what our programs can deliver right now. So the growth in those areas is stretched for sure, but it's not something that will not be a priority. It's definitely a priority to ensure that we're getting resources to entrepreneurs and business owners, members, artists, lots of different things like that. So it's not something we aren't considering, but just takes time.
Thank you for that, Cora. Jeffrey, you got a question laser focused on the audit.
Thank you. Just for the chief and council on the surplus, is that 60 million you have today, Cora?
That is a surplus that we have within the nation now, yes, in our accounts, yeah.
Okay, on that basis, you have that kind of money in your bank. Where is all that resources? Which programs or which companies give the money to Saik'uz? Which government entities? That's not there. You say that surplus, where did all that surplus come from? The surplus, as far as I'm concerned, belongs to the people on the floor. I mentioned earlier, slightly today, they're smaller band than us. They get out $15,000 per child, baby born. And where's our people here? You ever get that money from the road right away, or otherwise the pipeline? All that kind of money, where's that surplus coming from? There's no entity on that surplus. When that entity is chief, I make sure where all that surplus come from, and I tell them on the floor what it is, and what company or otherwise gave us that money. That's their money. It's not chief and council, I told you. You're just holding it back with your people. It's like you own it like your own. That's not yours. They hire you to take care of business for them.
So maybe I'll
that's
just.
a question that must be answered. A surplus, you never say where it's coming from, who gave it. These people want to know. It's an example, if it's from pipeline, the money belongs to them. It don't belong to chief and council. Make all the programs you want, but your people are still going to be poor. Maybe you appreciate you chief and council more if you help them out financially in their pocketbook. Now that's a true story. You have to set up the plate. I said earlier, chief and council, you have to set up a plate for your people. Those are suffering, on and off reserve. So I beg you to answer this question clearly, where that money coming from? Who gave it to you? To the people here. Thank you.
So some of the surplus comes from projects that have been approved, like the health station, daycare, fire hall, road extension. All of those expenses are surpluses as well, not expenses, but all of those revenues are going to show in our accounts. There's capacity funding for us to sit at some of these tables. That capacity funding needs to be spent on those specific projects. There's also a lot of other revenues that are coming in for project-specific stuff that we need to address. It is not free and clear money that doesn't have responsibilities attached to it. Those aren't benefit agreement monies that are in the bank account.
So I'll just clarify.
I think KPMG has some more details on what those surpluses actually are.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, as I had mentioned kind of on my last.
Okay, so, yeah, carry on.
Yeah, just in my last slide there, I had mentioned that $60 million, it's not just free and clear for Cora and Chief and Council to look at future projects on. Part of it is already spent on capital. The value you have in your capital buildings, as I had mentioned, was, so out of that 60 million, there is 26 million of it is not cash, it's just your assets that are on your community lands. And so there really is only 32 million that are within the departments for specific department funding. So as Cora mentioned, these projects have criterias around them and where the funds have to be spent. This year, there was a significant amount of funding for, like your Pathways 2.0 funds came in. So that was over $12 million this year that came in, flowed through CSTC for those charged with governance and for management to budget and plan for your future, what you want done, which projects take priority. But the cash and the bank accounts are sitting at, as I had mentioned, 24 million plus the GIC. That's tied up for a little less than a year. Everything else is either waiting to be collected, already committed, needs to be spent on specific funds, and included in that 24 million are those committed funds as well. Those are all bank accounts, all the resources that the nation has, including the restricted funding for specific projects. I hope that answered your question.
All right, so good, thanks. We'll go with 2 more questions, and we have to break for dinner because dinner is ready. I got the signal dinner is ready. So I'll go with Geraldine first, and then Marilyn last, and then we'll go to adoption of the audit. So Geraldine, the floor is yours.
Hi, Cora. I want to thank you. You did an awesome job. emotional, I know. It's tough working for the band. It's tough working for the people because we don't know what's going on. And I put my hat out to you because you're trying your best within the year. You went to school to become a band manager. And I thank you. You've done a remarkable job. And like you said, I really appreciated that, what you said about more information going out to the community. That is what we wanted. We wanted more information, that's all. And you know, I think all the people here, we all support you. And Chief and Council, we all support you. And like you said, Cora, you do have a compassion for us. And you do try to make time. That's all we ask, 2 minutes of your time. You know, Chief and Council, they were all at one point at our level, members. We put our X's on their name because we trust that they will not forget us. And Cora, you have not forgotten us. And I appreciate that because you said it in your speech. I didn't hear that. You had a lot to go on your plate. And I have a question for the finance and for the HR. There's a position open in the finance. Will one of our people get a chance to train?
Cora, do you want to answer that question?
Thank you, Geraldine. I appreciate your kind words, and it makes a big difference for me in my life when I get to hear things like that, so thank you. Definitely have opportunities for training for all of the positions. I wouldn't just limit it to the finance position, but we want to create as much opportunity as we can. So training is a priority, not just for our current staff, but for anyone that wants to come on board as well. So if it is finances that you are interested in and you don't feel like you have enough training or skills to do the job, there's lots of opportunity for funding so that you can go to school to get the stuff that you want to have that position. But we do offer on-the-job training as well, so that's always an option. Did you want to answer?
Okay, good. All right, so we have Marilyn. So Marilyn, ask your question. Then after your question is answered, keep the microphone. I'd like you to say a prayer before our dinner we have dinner. How's that? Put you to work.
In regards to the audit report, I was just out for a minute. Anyway, it's in regard to the governance too. It's tied to the governance. And it's getting a bit confusing because we have all these clan meetings. and somehow they're all together. And it's kind of hard to figure out exactly how it's gonna, like a big puzzle that needs to be put together. In regards to governance, there has to be the voice of the people has to be heard. And also work with chief and council too, and know that when you hear the people's voices, you have to listen, really listen. You'll never go wrong if you listen to like how many people in this room. They'll all give you a different version of what they want. But if you continue talking about it and come to a general consensus, then that's the people's voice. And that's what governance was years ago, years and years ago. That's how they govern. That's way back, that's traditional. And with the clans too, in regards to our children, that gets a bit confusing too, because a lot of people don't know the traditional way of raising their children. They only know the way of how their parents raised them, and those parents were raised in residential schools. And we weren't raised traditionally in residential school. So when you talk about the clan system, even that if you can go back and ask your parents, like how were they raised at home? For those ones that didn't go to residential school, they were raised traditionally because they lived with their parents day in and day out. We were gone 10 months of the year. So we learned a different way of raising our children. And we lost a lot of that, the traditional values that our parents taught us. But it comes back to you eventually. And that's also part of, the governance in the child welfare. That's, if they could convert legally everything that, as traditional parents, how they raise their children, legally it would be hard to interpret because they have to go within the streams of the government, the BC government's guideline. But someday it will change. The voice of the people is strong, so know that everybody in this room, you have a voice. And that, use it in the best way you can. They help with the planning, with Cora and the council. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you. Some words of advice on governance work by Marilyn. So just hold the mic, Marilyn. I'll get you to pray just in a bit. But first, before we get there, let's have a mover and a seconder to adopt the 2022-2023 audit presentation. Mover, Marilyn moves. Shane seconds. Johnny wants a second, but I think you're just a hair late there. So, all right. So we have a mover and a seconder. Let's go right to vote. All those in favor, put your hand up. Keep it up for a few minutes so we can count you. Thank you. All those opposed? Resolution carried. Thank you, KPMG. Thank you, Finance Department. Thank you, Cora. Marilyn, I will put you right to work.
Heavenly Father, we come before you and we ask for your wisdom and your blessings, and we ask that whatever transpires in this room today, in the next 2 days, in regards to our bans, the way our ban is being, the way our ban is being managed, we ask that have patience, give us patience, and ask us to be compassionate and mindful that people are at work. We ask you to bless all of them. We ask you to bless the cooks that are preparing the supper tonight. And we ask that we retire tonight with good thoughts and be restored for the morning to be able to carry on the business. We ask for all of this in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Marilyn. So we'll have the elders have service first, and then followed by the rest of the folks.
Are we good? Good evening. I don't probably need to introduce myself to too many, but it's my name is Amber Teed, Nukaiwaten, Frog Clan Pathways Manager. I'm gonna just do a high overview. For those of you that want to read my full report, it is in our documented reports. So I just wanted to start by saying that the Pathways program really has been a game changer for our community. And in the very start, when I started this job at the end of 2019, what I did was really listen to what it is the flavor of that agreement was, and that was really to change our communities and to build our communities the way that we wanted to see our communities grow. And I followed the principles set out in the Chief and Council's strategic leadership plan, and I really encourage you guys, if you haven't seen our leadership strategic plan, I really encourage you to look at it, because they spent a lot of time looking at what it was that the community was telling them that they needed, what they wanted, and how they would go about making those things happen. And so, you know, all of these little pieces that have been put into place over a number of years are really what has brought us here today. So the strategic leadership plan really talks about a primary focus on community, culture, and healing. And those were the messages that were sent out to our leadership. And so we followed those principles when we were looking at the different projects that we wanted to begin under the Pathways program. And so one of the choices that the leadership made was to maximize the amount of Pathways funds that we have. So for those of you that have applied for Pathways funds, you know that we really would encourage you to come to the table with sort of a project proposal that has tied to it other funds. So many funding agencies, they require community input funds, and so that's where Pathways is really complementing a lot of the projects that we're doing by adding funds to funding other funding sources. And so that is the case, like for example, the cultural building. You know, we applied for funds and we were able to add to those funds in order to bring that log building home from Bednesti. So I'm just gonna go through some of the highlights of the projects that I'm really proud of. Under the traditional governance, what we wanted to do was create an environment in our community that embraced our traditional governance along with our leadership and our voted in Department of Indian Affairs or Indigenous Affairs. And so there was a lot of discussion that went on during COVID about how we could build our traditional governance back to what we wanted to see it become again. And what came out of that was a traditional oversight or traditional governance oversight committee. And that committee would look at the different aspects of our culture and then bring back ideas and concerns and like how they feel our culture can be implemented so that they can better support our leadership when they make decisions at the tables that they're at. And so I've got Kelsey and Nadia are going to come and do a presentation after me that talks specifically about the Traditional Governance Oversight Committee, and you'll see what that is all about. But I just want to say that the primary focus of that was to really look at family pillars in our community and embrace the idea that every single family in this community has a voice, and we want to hear what they have to say. And so we were encouraging people to pick somebody in their family that they felt like could really speak to their family and bring the concerns and ideas from their family to this table so that we could collectively make decisions with more input from the community. So this Traditional Governance Oversight Committee also includes KO holders and embracing our clan system and organizing our traditional governance in a way that complements our current leadership. One of the things that I want to emphasize is that, you know, when I was traveling around and learning about the culture with Granny and Selena and Alec, you know, one of the things that they really stayed in my head was that they believed fully that if we heal the land, we heal the people. So there's a big emphasis in and around Pathways about restoring our traditional lands to what they would be and what they can be to support our community. And part of that is really, like Uncle said, about taking the people and getting them back out onto lands, reintroducing them to what happens out on the land so that they have the opportunity to not only experience what is life like out there, but also to bring those experiences forward so that we can get a report on what's happening out there as well. More eyes on the land is going to be beneficial for us all. So under the community healing priority, I know that many of you or probably have noticed that there is a large arbor in the center of the community. We call it the Sacred Healing Fire. The reason that we wanted to create a structure like that was to have a place where we could gather in a traditional way and heal. And this vision that we had, you know, to see it actually come to light today, I am so proud of just the workmanship and the vision and everything that I feel like it is going to become. It's not just my vision, but it certainly is something that I feel very passionate about, because I really believe that if we have a place to gather in a cultural way, without having drugs and alcohol, but having a place that we can gather and talk and maybe do some healing circles, or maybe just come together and sit around a fire and laugh and share stories and be together again. I really feel like there's a lot of value and healing in that. And so, you know, it's very strategic. It has 4 poles that embrace our clans, pointing in the 4 directions. It is completely made out of stone. So there's the earth element, there's a fire element, there's the wood, and there's the air element, and it's beside the water. So I'm really hoping that people can take the power of all that is who we are and apply it to their healing. We are planning on having the opening on Saturday and have been asked by the family of Philip not to hold events, and so we are going to reschedule the opening of the Sacred Fire. We're looking right now at a tentative date of September 28th. So I really encourage everybody to attend that opening. We want the whole community there to power it up, I guess is what I want to say. A place to gather. You know, projects that we are doing under the pathways are laid out sort of in a grouping. There's traditional governance, there's capacity building, there's socio-cultural, there's economic benefits, there's revenue sharing in there, there's all of the pots of money that we have negotiated with a group of people that really had a vision about what we needed to be able to move forward and talk about, you know, reconciliation with the province. And I feel like this really is an opportunity for us to grow in a way that we want to grow. And the development that we are doing out of this fund is really substantial, as you noticed in our audit, where 48% of the funds, revenue funds, is actually the Pathways Agreement. And so, you know, there's a lot of community engagement that we've tried to participate in so that we can get a really good vision and understanding of what the community wants. And like I said, in the strategic plan that the leadership did, you know, the community came back and said that they wanted something for the community. They wanted something that was embraced our culture, but more importantly, they wanted to focus on healing. So the kinds of projects that we are doing are really looking at that healing. You know, one example is like the Man Shed, where we want to create an environment for the men in our community to gather together and share and build something. I had said earlier, you know, to our team that it would be so nice to be able to have a place where our men can get together and build furniture if they wanted to fill their home. Or to build furniture for their families, you know, like those kinds of things, and using your hands. There's a lot of healing in that. The community garden is another example that we've put a lot of resources into, not only for our community to have a place to share, but also to address the food security concerns that we had. I know that a lot of you probably are noticing that it's quite expensive to go to the grocery store these days. And so, you know, there was a time when Granny told me that every single person in this community had a garden of their own, and they harvested that garden and it got them through the winter. And so, you know, we really wanted to return to that. There's healing when you're you know, working with plants and weeding gardens and growing flowers. And a part of what we wanted to do was to create that environment or opportunity for our whole community to have access to. And we've got a great team of people that are constantly working to make a lot of these things come true. I encourage you all to go back behind the band office here and see all of the fruit trees that are planted and the berries that are planted and the vegetable root vegetables that are planted, and to go through the little dome greenhouse that we have for community access and see all of the plants that are growing, you know, fruits and vegetables in there. In addition to that, you know, the economic development piece, when we sat down and we had a discussion, we said, you know, if we could look at economic opportunities that complement our healing in this community, then we're going to be better off. So, you know, the commercial greenhouse that I know probably some of you have seen the platform for it, that's over by the old kindergarten. That 60-foot dome greenhouse is meant to be a year-round greenhouse that will provide us with food all year round. But it's also an economic development opportunity where we can actually be growing food and selling food for you know, not just our people, but as an economic development piece too. So like I was talking earlier, the emphasis is on healing. And so the Chief and Council wanted us to look at economic opportunities that everybody in the community would have access to. So we thought about a greenhouse because we thought, you know, as we build our community back to healing, we may have community members that maybe only be healthy enough to work for an hour during the day. So we wanted to create a business that would give those opportunities for people to be able to work for an hour or work for 8 hours full time, but have that range in place so that everybody would have an opportunity to contribute, and we can contribute back to the community by giving them work opportunities that are fitting fitting them in their healing. Ernie talked about, you know, having something for people when they come back from treatment, and I really see that the community garden and the large commercial dome greenhouse is going to give those opportunities for our community. We were very fortunate to have 3 people attend the Tea Creek training that occurred up in Gitwanga. It's a very large commercial garden, and they went through a 5-week training program to learn how to garden. And we're really happy that 3 of our members actually went, and we're really looking for them to show us what they learned there and develop our community garden and our commercial garden and our commercial greenhouse as we go forward. The goal is to have the dome built in the spring so that we have a full functioning year for 2024. So also, you know, in economic development, we're looking at land purchases, and so, you know, they were talking about, you know, securing land opportunities so that we can bring more land base to our community. And, you know, looking maybe in the future at some of the big ranches around us may be something that we can look at as we develop the agriculture. You know, this is a thriving agriculture valley. And so, you know, that might be something that we look at that also will complement where our goals, our strategic goals are for the future and our economic development, that will not only provide jobs for our community, but will provide revenues for us for the long term. So I just wanted to mention a few of the different things that we supported this year, like emergency funding for on and off reserve members. You know, we've done Sacred Healing Fires. Melon has done a great job at bringing the community together with a fire. And they've also had great events in Prince George that have done the same for our population that is off reserve. Special events that Pathways covers, you know, we contribute to our very large Christmas celebrations, the AGA, healing events, different things like youth sports to make sure that our young boys had an opportunity to travel and have some great experiences playing baseball, and like the youth employment, having our beautification crew be out in the community and, you know, really contributing to not only the beautification of our community, but also giving those youth the skills that they may not have as they go forward, and maybe apply those skills to some other things that they may be interested in. So as I was saying, you know, the focus, community culture and healing, the log building that's currently in Bednesty is being brought home, and it's quite for me, it's quite a big deal to bring that building home and be able to put it in a place that we can all get access to. The vision for the cultural center is not only to have a place where we can practice our culture, but also to provide an artisan center for our community artists to be able to sell their products, opening it to tourism so that people can not only share, you know, what we have, but also we can share and maybe educate, you know, people that are unfamiliar or uneducated about our culture and our people and maybe the direction that we're going as a nation. Also is one of the goals is to provide a place for our artifacts to come back to our community. And so we want to, well, we are currently working with the Four Rivers Rivers Gallery, in Prince George, and they are helping us bring home the artifacts that are currently in other museums that we can bring home and display in our community, and that's going to be sort of the housing agent for those in the future, and also provide us with some much needed space for a couple of people to have an office. You know, we spend money in language preservation because I've said for a long time, you know, language is culture, and it is the reason that our culture exists is all in our language, and so we do support the language and culture program in the community. We also support, different kinds of things like elders travel, and really happy that we've got a contingency of elders now going to the National Elders Conference in Edmonton in October. And I heard good things about the Kamloops powwow and the elders that were able to attend that meeting as well. So I'm not going to take a lot of your time, but I just wanted to emphasize, why we think that, it's important for you as our community members to participate in all of the things. I know sometimes it sounds like, we never stop asking for help. We never stop asking for you to attend meetings. I think that it's really important that our clan leaders help guide us in making the decisions that we make. We don't make decisions lightly, and we don't make decisions alone. So having that guidance and having, I guess what some would think endless clan leader meetings or KO holder meetings or, just traditional governance types meetings, it really gives us the platform that we use to go forward and make the choices that we make, and the decisions that we make and how we utilize these funds as we go forward. And I do want to say, I know that you probably are unaware, but we get really, really good compliments from all of the other nations because we are sort of the shining leaders when it comes to the Pathways program. We took those dollars and we actually are making something happen with them. So as you go out into the community, you can see the difference that we're making. Some of the other communities are struggling with, how do they do that? But that's not been a problem for us. We've absolutely thrived when it's come to the Pathways program, and our Pathways report last year was showcased at the province as to all of the things that we're doing and making happen and the changes that we're seeing in our community. So my hope is through all of these programs that we see more people come out of recovery, to go into a life that is, centered around culture, centered around family, focuses on healing, and really becomes a positive place. Because I remember Granny telling me that every decision that we make today is for our grandchildren's grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. And we have Nadia somewhere. And Kelsey, sorry. Yeah. You're the next batters. Batter up.
We can get started while they bring up the PowerPoint. So good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for coming out. Kelsey and I are excited to present some of the work that we've been doing around traditional governance for the past few months. And we'll just start with some introductions. So for those who don't know me, my name is Nadia Novak, and I'm a settler of Chinese descent on my mom's side and German and Scottish on my dad's side. And I currently live in Smithers on Wet'suwet'en territories. And so thanks so much for having me as a visitor here in Saik'uz KO. I'm always really glad to get to spend time here. I've been working through the Land and Resources Office on traditional governance since last fall, and prior to that, I was studying at UNBC, and I did my master's research working in collaboration with the Land and Resources Department on Saik'uz traditional governance and land stewardship, and through that I learned so much from community members and knowledge holders, and I'm really grateful for everything I've learned, and really excited that some of those learnings are being applied now in the work going forward, and it's super exciting and important work. But I'll pass it over to Kelsey to introduce herself.
Okay, hi, I'm Kelsey Antoine. I am Saik'uz First Nations. I was raised and grown up here. I have recently been contracted in since May to come help assist the team that had already started the traditional governance work before I got here. So the PowerPoint will give out a lot of more details of the work up till the point I got in, and then we'll take questions after that.
Thanks, Kelsey. And Kelsey and I are really, we're kind of here to support and coordinate the work and do some of the background research that's needed for decision-making to happen in community, but we really want this work to be led by community and by community leaders to ensure that it's most relevant to what your needs are and what your wants are. And we're working as a team. So the intention is for this to be nation-building work. And so we have an interdepartmental team that we, as a staff, that are working on this. So it includes myself and Kelsey, but also Amber with Pathways and Vanessa with Health and Prevention. Cora is the general manager. Mabel Louie has been supporting. Jason Alexis with Economic Development. I hope I'm not forgetting anyone. Cassandra with Land and Resources. I was like, I know there's someone else. Yeah, so we're certainly working as a team, but also just needing that community input so much. So I'll pass it over to Kelsey again to share some of the purpose and goals, and we can go to the next slide and then the next slide, I think. Yeah, so that's just the outline. We'll share the purpose and goals, a bit of the context, and then we'll share some of the work that's ongoing and has been done to date, and then the next steps that are coming up. And then there'll be an opportunity for questions as well.
Okay, so the purpose and goals, there's reconnecting to the land and healing to the land. So beginning the process of developing structure of decision-making that includes family pillars, clan leaders, and staff. So basically where we started off right now is we're kind of, me and Nadia is diving into the history of Saik'uz and what jurisdiction looked like prior to contact. So getting input from clan members on how to make decisions using traditional KO laws. We did have a series of clan meetings that engaged all of the seated members of the Frogs and Grouse clan, where we specified protocols and roles of basically the clan system, and creating a stronger sense of belonging to prevent our children from going into care and supporting kids. So a lot of traditional governance back in the day was through the clan systems as well as that. So bringing in traditional governance, we want to be able to have this history that shows that there was a way of things that was done in Saik'uz prior to contact. And we want to be able to have that ability to say, yes, we were here, and there's business done today, but we also want you to look at the business and the way it was conducted in the past.
Next slide. So we won't go into a ton of detail on this just because a lot of this has been shared in previous presentations, but there have been important legal decisions both around child welfare legislation and around rights to land and Indigenous title that are creating sort of the impetus for this work, and it's ramping up. And the Pathways Forward Agreement is one of the ways that that work is being enabled, but it's not just a Pathways Forward. Of course, Saik'uz, you've been fighting for your rights and titles since contact, and you've never stopped practicing your traditional ways, even when the government tried to outlaw the Batlats. I've heard stories, your elders sharing, of practicing the Batlats in secret despite that. So those ways have always continued, and now with where things are at politically and legally and with Pathways Forward, it's enabling there to be a greater emphasis on that, and the work is just reaching a new level now. And so it's really exciting. And so it's a process of rebuilding systems of taking care of one another and the land as the jurisdiction over decision-making comes back to community. So Saik'uz is in a process of determining how to revitalize traditional governance based on community needs and interests for decision-making within the territories and with keeping your children in community. So we can go to the next slide. So in terms of the progress and the work to date, the approach of the work is to be as inclusive as possible. We recognize that it's a long journey. It's a journey that's already been going on for years, and there's a lot of work to be done, and that we just want to bring people along in the work at the pace that makes sense to be inclusive of community members. And there's a lot of learning that's happening along the way. You know, we're both learning as a team, but also we want to create opportunities for community learning as well, and so that everyone can come to shared understandings moving forward. So we're really seeking that guidance and leadership from community, and we want to follow the appropriate protocols as we go about that work. So as Kelsey mentioned, there has been a series of clan meetings that happened over kind of the winter and spring. There were 4 meetings with Tachek-Watan and 4 meetings with Nulkai-Watan that were open to all members. And at those meetings, topics that were discussed included Bathlats protocols, thinking about the way the clans want to work together, and then discussing traditional adoption practices and ways to keep kids in community. So thanks to everyone who came out to those meetings and shared your knowledge and perspectives with us. We're really grateful for that, and the meetings will be, we had a break over the summer because schedules were busy and with the wildfires and everything, but we're going to be starting up those meetings again, and Kelsey's going to mention that in a couple minutes. In addition to the clan meetings, there's the work around KO, which is really being carried out by the Traditional Governance Oversight Committee, which Amber provided an overview of. There were Traditional Governance Oversight Committee or KO meetings. We're kind of referring to them as KO meetings as well, because really the focus of that work is around KO stewardship and governance. And so there were 2 meetings, one in March and one in May. We did end up, the intention of the Traditional Governance Oversight Committee is to be a group of family pillars or family representatives, but we did recognize that we need to do more engagement with families to ask and understand and identify who the families want to be their pillar or their representatives. So those meetings in March and May, those were open to all members. And then we will be sort of re-engaging the Traditional Governance Oversight Committee in the coming months, so you can stay tuned for that. And one of the important initiatives that the Traditional Governance Oversight Committee will be looking at is the Ecosystem Restoration Plan, which is now in a draft form. And if you want to see some of the information about it, it's at the booth with the Lands and Resources Office. But the Ecosystem Restoration Plan is essentially a plan to heal the land. So it kind of sets out a roadmap of how do we get from where Saik'uz KO is at currently, with being heavily damaged by logging, agriculture, the Kenny Dam, to a place where the land is healthy and you can all exercise your rights and responsibilities within your KO. And so we really need community input on that draft plan to understand where the priority areas are for restoration, where there's areas where some harvesting may still be allowed, which areas need to absolutely be protected. So there will be processes coming up to get more of your input on that plan, but that will be one of the focuses of the Traditional Governance Oversight Committee. And then the Nulkai-Tachek pilot project is another initiative that'll be looked at by the Traditional Governance Oversight Committee, and that's really about restoration in particular of the Nulkai-Tachek lakes and creeks right around the main community here. And then I won't speak too much to prevention because Vanessa will speak more to that tomorrow, but just wanted to acknowledge that we are working with the prevention and health team on this work as well and trying to integrate it across departments. So there's a focus on lands, but also a focus on taking care of children and protecting future generations. And sort of within all this work, another piece is trying to do all the background research and knowledge gathering so that when we come to community, we have the information that's needed for everyone to be able to make decisions. And that is, that process does take up quite a bit of Kelsey and I's time, just because there's lots of archives to look through and lots of incredible information and transcripts from your late elders. And yeah, there's just so much knowledge to look through. And so we are trying to build up those information tools. Maybe I'll turn it over to Kelsey for the next steps piece. We can go to the next slide.
Okay, so for the next step, so like I spoke, we had a series of clan meetings where the seated members were the only ones who had joined, even though it was open to the public. There's a lot of hesitation from community members to engage in our clan meetings without a seat, but that is not the case in the work that we are doing. We encourage members to come out to these meetings so we can get this information. We want this to be like this platform, you know, your voice is heard and it's going to be acknowledged. So with the all-day clan meetings, that's going to be coming up. We're going to have one day that's specifically for frogs. That will be their all-day meeting. And then the day after or before, it will be a grouse meeting with all their members. And I cannot stress that you do not need to have a seat to come to these meetings, because we need the people to tell us and help us in gathering all this information that we are. For the KO mappings and everything like that, like this is community knowledge that we're collecting as well from the archives. And she spoke about the eco restoration already.
Did you want to talk about the KO mapping?
So the KO mapping, there's a really big difference in confusion between trap lines and KOs is what I've come to at this point. So KOs were basically areas that was dispersed between the nation prior to contact. Trap lines came afterwards, but we're trying to go back further. So that does mean that we do need information, because everyone has elder stories and we're collecting from all of those stories in order to actually find out where people's KOs are, because that there is a big discrepancy between trap lines and KOs.
Yeah, so we're trying to do some of that background work, and we do acknowledge that the trapline system is kind of based on the KO system. So when the trap lines were originally set up, the boundaries were somewhat similar to KO boundaries. So that trapline documentation that there is can provide some of that sort of baseline understanding of the KO areas, but we do need to do more community engagement and more research to try and map out those KO areas. Yeah, and then other next steps around the Traditional Governance Oversight Committee, we do really want to work with families to identify family pillars and family reps, and hopefully we'll be able to do some of that work at an all clans meeting. And then with the ecosystem restoration plan, as I mentioned before, there's that need for community review of that work, which will happen through the TGOC and likely other wider community input opportunities. And we can go to the next slide.
Okay, so this has been on social media and posted around, but this is the kind of the work that I was talking about. So we're looking, and I do have a post. I am available to take information if you have any regarding KOs, your family's KOs. I am here Monday to Friday. I do take walk-ins, or I can meet you wherever you are to gather the information that you are willing to share.
Go to the next slide. Yeah, so Kelsey and I are available. You can contact us anytime by phone or by email, and we will be posting about upcoming meetings, so please watch for those those postings as they come up. We're hoping to have the all-day clan meetings on the first weekend in November, but we still need to check that date with some key people. So stay tuned for that. But otherwise, thanks so much for listening and for your engagement, and we can take some questions. And I'll invite Amber and Cassandra to also answer questions if they're better suited. Does anyone have any questions?
Questions from the floor? We have Bernie.
Again, it's not a question. What I'll be saying, I'll be talking about, you're talking about trapline and KO, the two different things, two different entities. I had an argument one time with a trapline owner that bought a trapline from one of the members of Saik'uz. And I was hunting on it, and I got permission from the KO holder that I can hunt on his KO. So me and this guy, we had a pretty good discussion out in the bush. He wasn't not packing a rifle, I was. So anyways, like, even if you lose your trap line, so it's called, but you still have your KO. You can still hunt on your own KO. You can't set traps on your own KO, but you probably can set snares on your own KO. It's not trapping. So that note there, I think that, you know, like, it was just put upon us back in the day that our KO became a trap line. And because of the fur-bearing animals that they needed in England for all their regalias and stuff like that. Okay? Hopefully that'll help.
Thank you. Cheryl?
I just wanted to talk a little bit about, I don't know where the money came from for pathways, but I seen like some of the gardening stuff out on the side of the building. And that was maybe a couple of months ago. And I know Linda McDonald, I think she does I don't know how she does it, but she does a really good job in making, like, look at when you come into the band office. I don't know who helps her too, but I know there's other people, maybe they help her. And it looks really good when you come to the band office. But when I looked on the side of the building, I don't know how it is now, but I need to go look again. Like, I kind of didn't like it because I wanted it more enclosed in, like where dogs can't come around, and that it's a good place for elders, children, and like people to work in there. And I believe there can be a lot of healing that can happen in the garden, and a lot of healing or else even like relationship building with elders and maybe little children. And it can help an elder, like I've seen it myself with my mom when we went to the Vander Community Garden. It was just so beautiful, and I'm glad I got to spend that time with her in the garden, and my granddaughter, and now my daughter did it this year, her and Malcolm, but I feel like, look at Vanderhoof Community Garden, see what they have there. And look at Stalaco, see what they have there. And make it like that, like, because it's so beautiful, and they have it all in the ground, like in Stalaco, and they have a really nice greenhouse. And In town, they have it so that it's at a level where elders can actually garden, and they do, and it's in a locked space so that they are safe. And I seen some grapes, I think it was. I'm not sure. I seen something growing there, and I thought, wow, that's awesome. But I feel like it's put on Linda too much. It's a community thing, and I don't know, for me, I don't know why, but after my sister passed away, I didn't want to do any gardening this year, and didn't want to do no flowers. And yeah, but I know that it can help with children and even the brains of elders, and it can help them to feel happy. And if you can put so much work in other things, like, why does it like improve that area for the gardening? And it's like medicine. When I went to Stalaco a little while ago, and I went into the smoke shack and seeing the two elders working on stuff there, it reminded me when I used to go to Wedgwood, and they were cutting the fish like on a little, like, kind of looks like a tent. And it just reminded me of when we were down at Wedgwood as teenagers. And that's the stuff that helps heal and gives you good endorphins to be happy that day or whatever. I know one of the things that's my passion and I wanted to learn about was making a hide. And Chimamuk, they were the ones who was helping us. And I believe a lot of healing can happen when you work on a hide too, because it takes a long time, but I don't know, you need lots of hands to do that. And I still don't know how to, I put it back in my freezer because I was scared. Last year I wrecked a hide and I left it in the water. And so Ken had to throw it away in the bush somewhere. And I felt so bad because I didn't know that's what could happen. But anyways, like this time we had a hide, and so I decided to put it back in the freezer. And but I believe a lot can happen with hide making, and it can encourage the ladies to bead and to sell their stuff to provide for their family. And yeah, that's I appreciate Deborah. She bought some of our supplies for the beading part, and Chimamuk, they're always there to, they wrote a proposal for us and they got all this money for us, and they're the ones who helped us. And that's how we have like the beading class on Tuesday nights, but I took a break from that because I just need to not do much because I'm still grieving. And but anyways, like, I enjoyed the meetings that we had as clan members, and for me, I wanted to put that in action. And I wanted us, Gross Clan, to help a family that needs that help right away. And we have to do that work by Saturday morning, and that's what we're there to do. When we do that kind of work to help one another, we build relationship, and then we get to help one another, and they get to know me and I get to know them. And pretty soon, before you know it, we're all working together. And the other question I had was, who's on the committee of that? And I want to make sure that my family is a part of it, because sometimes I feel like we're left out. But because I have a voice and everybody has a voice here, and we just need to work together so that to make Saik'uz like stronger in our culture and just relying on each other to help one another. And yeah, so thank you for all you workers who work so hard, and you serve our people. And may you find strength in the Lord while you do that work. And even when it's hard, and go to the elder, and that's where your cup will be filled, or go to the land. Thank you, ladies, and all the people who work for our community. Merci.
So there's a question, I think Amber is in the best position to answer, so I'll let Amber talk about pathways.
I just want to acknowledge and thank you, Cheryl, for bringing forward your comments, because I think that you really embrace sort of the essence about what I was talking about. The community garden is a Pathways project, and I work very closely with Linda, and you're right, that woman just works tirelessly. And it is our goal to build our community garden, and we wanted to grow it in a way that we could maintain it. And so all of the growth that we did this year was what we could actually maintain. And we've been working with Stellatin, and we've also been working with Janet Romaine to help us build the best design and the best program that's going to fit our community as well. But I think that you're right. I think that there's a lot of healing and growing things, and I really encourage you and embrace you if you want to participate and help us with the design for next year. I really would like your input, because I think that you've been involved in the garden downtown for a long time, and I think you have a lot to add to what we're doing here. Thank you.
Just wanted to thank you for your comments as well, Cheryl, and I thought I would address the question about who's on the TGOC. So I think Nadia spoke a little bit about that, how we started out the process looking at the family pillars, and we went out to some people and different families and kind of asked who they thought should be on the TGOC. And through that process, we didn't have as much participation on it. I think we had anywhere from 5 to 6, sometimes 7 community members come out to the meetings, and so the draft map that's out in the hallway right now is an outcome of that. Some of the people who were that came to the meetings, I know Rosa McIntosh, Ernie John came out, Sharon Rafile, Brian Rafile, sorry. Gary's come as well. Maureen, Doris, yeah. Marilyn, yeah, so we've had a good core group of people engaged in that process, but we wanted to put a halt on it just as we were doing this clan work, and hoping through that we could have a broader discussion about the work that we're trying to do with the ecosystem restoration planning, and like Nadia said, get a bigger group that represents all of the families in Saik'uz. So that's why we've put some of that work on hold and really focusing on these clan meetings, and we'll be continuing the KO meetings, and yeah, hopefully getting a bigger group of representation. So. And I will be talking a little bit more about the ecosystem restoration plan, the Nulkai-Tachik pilot project tomorrow, and also resource management planning, and kind of how all of these pieces flow together. I'll leave it at that.
No, that's great. Yeah, thanks.
All right, so we have Jeffrey, and then I think it's Shanna. It's hard to see past the bright lights. And so Jeffrey, let's go with you with the next question.
Thank you. I guess you would talk about various topics all the day today. The one thing I understand, I told you, I was the youngest trip in this reserve at 22 years old. I was taught by the most powerful elders that was alive at that time. And what they told me If you do not prosper your people, you cannot prosper yourself as a leader. You try to prosper yourself and your family, get out. Get out as a leader. That's a true fact. Been there 23 years. I did lots of great stuff in this Waters Reserve. I built it from scratch. You guys, your families used to live in shacks, outhouses. Didn't have no running water in your house, nothing. You had to pack water from the creeks. Then eventually we made pumps. My father made pump outside of Ball Diamond and 3 places. That's one example I told you. Elders were the elders back in the day. They were the professors of the land. They're more powerful than any professor in any university in Canada. That's that well they knew their land, where they come from, and what you own. When you say you must know where your KO is and what KO means, entitled a trap line, etc. That's what you call your batlats. I explained earlier, batlats. Batlats mean that thing you set net that comes from the food that you feed your family and your people. That's batlats. Ask any elder what that batlat means. That power of that land that batlats give you, the food, come from nature. That's batlats. Now you go to potlatch. All the elders tell me one day, explain it to you what potlatch is and batlats. Batlats come from that stick you use to keep the net afloat. And why you put rocks on the bottom, that's where you catch all your fish. That's batlats. That's power from the land that fed all of us, one time or the other. And as I told you, I'm one of your elders today. I'm 70 years old, and I've been chief left, right, and center for 23 years. What I see today and where I came from, I don't think Saik'uz is ready for any governance, self-governance at all. You don't have that power to have lawyers on. We have no lawyer from this reserve. We have no doctors. We have some nurses, yes. But up and coming, when you talk about you're going to govern your own land. I gave you one example earlier. I told you that Clyde Dene, out of the resources to get $15,000. Same thing with chief from Cloud Lake. I'll give you another example. We started logging show, Saik'uz and Fortune James, Takla, they're all prospering. They're all getting money. McLeod Lake, they get $700 per child and woman and man. That's the power they use from the resource logging. We started a logging show same time as the other reserves when we were trying to fight land claim. The government pushes that time when I was chief, I left it in the hands of board of directors. All the board of directors started in the company. I thought they knew what you're doing. But I guess I thought wrong. If that logging show was run with proper authority and got all the resources, what do you do? You just sat there for the money. Only prosper in the logging for how many years? He's a loggerman and who's in the administration. I know, I see that happening every day. I told you our community is not prospering at all compared to other communities. You're 1,000 people strong, but they're less reserved than us, they're more powerful than you today. You have to think about that clearly. at leadership. Why I'm speaking this way? I'm speaking from the heart. I come from long, long road of life where I've been, what I've done. I try to prosper the reserve, but left and right, you fight the government, they bite you in the rear end. Ask David to tell you. But I'm telling you the fact that we're not ready for any land claim, any self-government at this time, until you get more educated young people that come through the education door of university or otherwise. You have lots of smart people at this point in time, but you don't have the teeth and the gumption to fight the government of BC and the government of Canada. They're just using it as a pawn. That's all they're doing. So I'm just telling the assembly here, I don't think our community is ready for anything like that yet. Until I see lawyers, I see doctors, you want to build self-government, that's where you have to come from. That's the power you're going to own. And the resources you get from the provincial or otherwise, the provincial they're not, it's the government of Canada has all the say, but they push everything to us with the provincial government. That's who you're fighting with. They're just giving you peanuts. Another example I'm going to give you right now. Nobody fight about it. CN Rail. You know, trillions and trillions of dollars went by your lands for the last how many years? I told Stanley, I told them to fight for it. Stanley told me, yes, I will. But that never came for Saik'uz. It's that one company alone. The government gave it away. They didn't. They sold it to a private company, CN Rail. Anyways, they're worth trillions and trillions of dollars. That's what they trespass on your lands for last some 100 years or so. That's one area you can fight as young people. Think about it. Fight the CN Rail. They don't come to the table for you, cut them off, shut them down. Some way you can bring them to the table to tell you, give you $1 billion to start out the education for the young little girl right here. They can be educated. It's easy. Raise your kids with authority. Give them the way to make a future for 50 years from now.
Jeff, I'll have to
As
cut
a
you
young
off
chief,
there.
I
We
met
have
this
other
reserve.
folks who want to ask
I
questions.
planned for 50 years.
And then we'll get
I
to-
built this reserve from nothing.
We'll get to Gary.
So anyways, I can say more, but somebody is getting antsy behind me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. We'll go to Shauna and then to Gary. Shauna?
There's just one thing that I kind of wanted to talk about, and not at length, because perhaps it will be relevant when Cassandra speaks tomorrow. But I've been really stressed about our current land, health of the land, and I'm really glad that we've been doing these governance projects with the clans. They were super strengthening to be in our clan meetings, and they really lifted my heart personally, and to get to know the other people in our clan, our families, and all of our sisters and brothers of the clan. But one of the things that I've been thinking of, and it's in regards to all the animals that have been coming into the communities. 2 weeks ago, I think it was, 42 bears were shot in Prince George, right? And we know that this is a big issue, but I've been speaking with some of the Denizat Martin in Nagazli, and also I spoke with Alan Joseph from Yakuche, and I asked them because I wanted to know what their elders had told them about these times. And I think we have to ramp up our land use and our ecology wellness program, because all of them say that when the animals start coming into town, that's the sign of famine. And so I've been grieving for a couple of weeks since I've heard about that. and I want to be extremely involved. I mean, the Creator isn't even giving me certain jobs that I'm very, very qualified for, because I think that this is part of what I'm called to do. And I don't know what it looks like, but that's kind of what I wanted to leave you with. It's a heavy subject, but we can't just do business as usual. We know that our elders have warned us for, like, these messages came to Marvin Martin, he said, in the 70s, when he was a young person, and the elders then told him this, when the animals started coming into town. Frank Martin, Carla Martin's grandfather, also talked of these fires that we're experiencing. And I'm sure that our elders here talked about these things. So, you know, maybe a ramp up on the first phase of what we need to do, what we can be doing now. You know, you can send me out doing whatever it is we're gonna do, but I'm just in constant prayer about this, and that's really all I wanted to say about it for today.
And we have Gary. And then we'll go online for a comment from Jasmine after Gary.
I just have a hard time wrap my thinking around what's said today. On one hand, we're talking about protecting our KO, our territory. And on the other hand, you're allowing Artemis to put their transmission line through our territory and our KO. I mean, how are we going to protect what's ours when we allow that to happen?
Thanks for your comment, Gary. I think that is part of the broader question that we need to consider as a community in general. We really need to take a look at the stewardship that we have over our territory, and also the economic aspects of it and the benefits that we're getting from projects like Artemis. We had a lot of discussion, I think, earlier this year, which I think was hard, but I think it was also a really good discussion that we had. And I think, you know, some of what Shanna said as well, you know, our territory's in a really tough place, but I think the strength is within our people, it's within our culture, it's within our language, it's within our governance system, and I think that's the importance of this governance structure that we're developing here, because we do need every single person in this room, every single person in our community to help develop the solutions that are required for our territory. And it's the balancing that we have to do, right? We need to pull our community out of poverty. We need to deal with the opioid problems, the addictions, and really bring our communities back to the land for healing, right? There's so much work that we need to do. And I think we heard a lot today that, you know, there's a lot of capacity that we need to do this work. We're a small team in Land and Resources. And I think, yeah, with the help of everyone, we'll do better for our future generations.
Who's going to profit from that practice? Territory and our...
I think that's, again, part of the larger discussion that we need to have about, you know, what are we going to do with those funds from the project? Right now, like was discussed at the beginning of this meeting, we still have to go through that arbitration process with the other communities to talk about the benefit sharing. But yeah, I think in the consideration of economic development, we're also realizing the importance of, you know, what we need to give back to the territory in terms of stewardship, in terms of restoration, environmental monitoring, our monitors, that's a part of the stewardship as well too. And, you know, through this governance process, you know, the goal is really to have our community members back on the land, to have that healing, and so that all of us are doing our due diligence on our KOs, we're reporting back to, you know, my department, so that we can go to all of these processes and make sure that your concerns are being addressed. I think it's going to be years of conversation, Gary. I totally acknowledge what you're saying, and I'm going to give a presentation tomorrow about what my department's been doing, and also resource management planning and these bigger processes that we have with the province. But with our ecosystem restoration plan, I think the importance of that is really kind of looking at the current state of the territory and what we need to do to kind of bring things back in more of a balance, right? And if we're going to take anything else, what are we giving back, right? We need to live in reciprocity with the territory and all that it provides for us as well, right? We can't just be taking from it. And those things are front of mind for all of us who do this work, so.
Once the transmission line goes to our territory, who's gonna benefit from it? I mean, like, is it gonna be compensated, or what's gonna happen? I mean, how is our territory gonna be compensated for them using our territory for their own use?
Yeah, I think we need to talk about it more. I think we need to be cognizant of the time. We can continue the discussion tomorrow and, you know, the days and the weeks and the months and the years to come on how we're going to do that.
All right, so more discussions on that topic about the transmission line tomorrow. Jasmine online, are you able to dial her in?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Are there further presentations following? But I'd like to just respond to some of the remarks that were shared. I just want to say how proud I am of our staff and leadership over the years that have got us to this place where we are at. Like Amber, thank you for your leadership within Pathways and providing that oversight to this historic and significant agreement that we've achieved with the province. So thank you for all that and all the staff that contribute to that operationalization of that government to government agreement. And you're right, many nations, not only with Carrier Sekani, but across Canada, look to Saik'uz for leadership in many of the areas, from the court system with our precedent-setting case against Alcan, and we're waiting decision from our Court of Appeal, and that's coming soon. We'll have a presentation from our legal team because we do have lawyers on multiple files who will be presenting that update tomorrow as well. Nadia and Kelsey, amazing work that you guys are doing. It is really exciting, Nadia, of the processes that are being established in terms of strengthening and revitalizing our governance processes that are informing land and resource use management of our territories. We're undoing centuries of colonization, and we see that in many different areas in terms of how we treat each other and speak to each other, not only in these spaces, but on the land. And Kelsey, what an amazing presentation. You're such a confident and strong speaker, and I'm so thankful that you're a part of our team. As you mentioned, there's a lot of ongoing work that is going to be coming. It's in a phased approach, looking at the restoration plan of Nulkai Patrick and how we're creating a decision-making body for not only resource use and management, but for stewardship, because that's always been a priority for, I think, our organization and our community. Cheryl, I appreciate you coming and sharing and providing solutions and suggesting pathways to healing, you know, even through your own journey. I appreciate all the work that you've done for, you know, our children and all the other areas through the beading work. So these are some of the exciting projects and initiatives that are coming not only from our advances towards, you know, strengthening our rights and exercising our title. It's beautiful and it's ongoing, and there are growing pains. And to Jeffrey, as one of the youngest leader of this country, at 22 years old, you were a part of that advancement of our rights and our title. So, you know, we do recognize that work, and I think you would appreciate all the work of not only our staff and management, but a former leadership as well, who you also mentored. So I give credit to all the leadership who brought us to this place. It wasn't one person, one council. It's been multitudes of councils, multitudes of staff and community members engaging in these processes. In terms of other communities and what they're providing, that's one piece of the puzzle, and we don't know all their business. We are all affected by logging in various ways today. Some, like us, Saik'uz, we don't have hardly anything to harvest at all. We have to start shifting that focus to stewardship, and these are being brought to the province. Canada is going to be brought into this, and that's years of advocacy at all these levels that got us to this place. Shanna, again, thank you for bringing that traditional reminder of Boba, who we've all heard stories about. We are in those times right now. So being mindful that we're in that time that they warned us about, we've been prepared if we listen to our elders. And we have the resources and the opportunity to support each other to ensure that, the ones who maintain their culture and their knowledge are the ones that are going to be the ones that survive. That's what we all strive, all your staff, all your leadership who bring that knowledge in those spaces, in their work, at the negotiation tables, and even at the Artemis table, Gary. It was brought to community and guidance was provided, and it's going to be fed into how we engage further with our neighbors on this one single file. I think we will see a mediated approach. Hopefully that'll work for everybody, but there's still all that other level of community engagement in terms of revenue sharing. And it's not just going to be for Artemis. We've got a multitude of projects, major projects being proposed in our territory. These are the hard considerations that are going to be met for us as a community. And the processes to help us get to those decisions are unfolding before us now. And I'm thankful for the work of everyone who shows up every day, even when they face the most crazy accusations, that they don't come into their work with their people in their heart. I will back my staff up and former leadership who got us to this place because they gave their lives for our community. And I wish I was there to share this in person, but I've been listening, and thank you everyone for your attendance and engagement, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow as well. Thank you.
So we'll have one more comment. Let's try to stay on topic here for the folks we have presenting. Jeremiah. All right. And so that's not to diminish, the other comments before. I think, ultimately things are related, and governance issues are what we had as First Nations, a lack of governance to the land, not because of our choice, but by government legislation. So if you think about government legislation, it's all a blockade to access to our lands, and has been for a very long time. And things won't be solved overnight. However, I just want to end by saying, I thought I heard the Oversight Committee say they want you to participate in the building of the governance structure, the governance program that your ancestors used to use. Tell me if I'm wrong.
That's
or
right.
incorrect. Okay.
Definitely. Of course. Yeah. So please stay tuned for opportunities to engage. And I think the next one will be the all-day clan meetings. So one day for Tachekwaten and one day for Nolkaiwaten. And most likely that first weekend in November, but keep your eyes open for posters and on social media. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. The last presentation is Tracy Michelle from the Carrier-Sakani Family Services. She is a policy advisor.
With Carrier-Sakani Family Services. I'm a senior policy analyst as well as special projects. And so I wanted to present, Priscilla asked me to present on a big project that Carriers County Family Services is working on right now. And it's our healing center, and that's gonna be located out at Tatchik Lake. I just want to acknowledge not only the territory of the Saik'uz First Nation, but also the ancestors that have been involved with Carriers County Family Services. We've had a major input from some of the elders from Saik'uz. I won't mention them all, I'll just mention a few of them. Selena John and Sophie Thomas and Mary John, they really laid the pathwork down for CSFS in terms of the type of services that they wanted to provide. And they really provided a lens for holistic services. And providing that lens of holistic services gave Carriers County Family Services an opportunity to not only provide services over children and families, but also for the type of services to keep the families together. And one of them includes the addiction services. The Family Services has been providing this addiction services for the last 25 years. And currently it's being operated out at Ormond Lake on the traditional territory of Natleywooddan. But in terms of our healing center, we've had support from elders from all of our 11 nations, but there are some specific names I want to mention here from Saik'uz, including Marilyn Vickers and Rodney Teed. They were involved right from the beginning of our healing center. What happened was when we selected the location of that Tatchik Lake Resort because of its location. But what we found is that the land, the Tatchik Lake Resort is actually on a on farming land, so we had to submit applications to the Agricultural Land Commission to transfer it to non-farm use. And we had two obstacles. We had to go through two different hearings. And not only did we have our elders from here in Saik'uz from other nations, but also the support from Chief Priscilla Mueller and also from Chief Lewin from Chislata. So I just want to say thank you for your involvement in terms of providing that support when we were trying to secure the land to begin our construction. Priscilla is also a member of our board of directors and also a chief member who attends our regular meetings. And so her participation has involved in attending in-person meetings, Zoom meetings, and teleconference meetings, and attending the public hearings. The public hearings was at least 9 months long, right, Marilyn? It was a lot of work that we had involved, and it was winter driving conditions that we had to deal with. And so we had a lot of obstacles ahead of us, but we persevered. And I just want to say thank you for your involvement again, Marilyn and Rodney. Meetings that Chief Priscilla Mueller is also involved in is engaging and lobbying, providing political advocacy with the federal and provincial government, as well as the First Nations Health Authority. And the next slide. I just want to acknowledge Jasmine Thomas too. She's been involved in our as a political advocacy for our sessions with the Agricultural Land Commission. Miss Jasmine. So our major funders for the project is the First Nations Health Authority and Indigenous Services Canada. This here is one of our tentative construction schedules, which outlines the start and the beginning of our construction period. So throughout the construction, there are major areas that we have to work within. The first is the feasibility study, the design, then construction, then post-construction. So right now we're in the construction mode. In June, we had our ground opening, and this was just before we began our construction, which is about the second week in June. So with this current schedule we have now, we're looking at the construction completion around the winter of 2024, and with the occupancy of our Family Healing Center in early 2025. So we monitor the schedule here when we have bi-monthly meetings with both the architect and with the construction manager. And we're always monitoring this schedule and also activities that are happening, anything that could prolong the construction project. And also in addition to that, we have 2 internal teams that are involved. One is the technical team and another is the operational team. The technical team monitors the construction component, which Warner Adam plays a big role in that, in making sure that their project is within budget and on schedule. And the next slide really looks at the operating component. The operating team is the major player for that is Travis Holick. He's the executive director for Carey Scan and Family Services and Health. And his job is to make sure that the entire building space will be operated after it's opened. So one of the biggest initiatives that Travis is working on is recruiting professionals for the detox unit, as well as to transform the services, which is currently operating at a seasonal basis, and we're wanting to transfer it into an all year round facility. And the type of service that this healing center will be providing is to continue what's been provided at the Ormond Lake, which is the 2-wide scene. And the 2-wide scene approach is to really look at both the Western model of medical services as well as the Indigenous services. And the next slide. So here it just gives you an idea about the type of service, the stages of recovery. This is really Marilyn Jansen's specialty. She can describe what there are 6 major elements: community supports, detox, residential treatment, second stage recovery, transitional housing, and return to community. This is the model that will be used, and I think it's partially operated right now. And you can see on here what services will be provided. It'll be detox and the treatment center. And the objective here is to continue to provide a 49-day continuous intake. And detox is really going to be to send high acute patients to Prince George. And so ours is really to be like a not so intense services. If we provided that high intense services, we'd have to require specialty staff that is going to be, it'll be a lot of work to recruit these individuals. The next slide. So this here is just a big overview about what the site will look like. You'll see the orange buildings here. The orange building on the screen to the left side is a detox unit, and that's going to have 10 beds. And then the next 2 buildings, the small little buildings, will be the administration building. And then the 2 larger buildings is the detox or the treatment facility, and this will have 36 beds. And then the 2 end buildings, one is going to be a workshop and one is going to be a greenhouse. And I was really excited to hear about the discussions on the greenhouse earlier, because we really like to advance those type of practices out of the treatment center. And to the left, to the farther left, you can see the gray little buildings. Those are the existing cabins that are on this site right now. And our goal was really to provide, like we mentioned, it's a continuum of care. So once an individual, if they have to go through detox and the treatment, and if they require more supports, then that they would have a space available to continue to live in the area and provide and receive supports. Initially, we were going to look at refurbishing these cabins, but we're finding that it may not have value for us because it'll be a little too expensive for us to consider, so we might look at other options. But this is just to give you an idea about the layout of the buildings. And the next slide. Here is the schematic view of what the building would look like. The objective behind this is to really look at how water and nature is healing. And so you'll notice here that all the, you can't quite see it on this one here, but all the units from the detox wing and the treatment facilities, they all face towards the water. So all the clients that receive the supports from the treatment center and from detox will have a view of the water, because we really believe that land is healing. And the next slide. So this is the image I was talking about, how the land is healing, and you can see how all of the buildings are, these are the units that you see, all the little windows. Those are all the individual bedrooms that all be facing the water. Next slide. So similar to the Potlatch Hall, we really want to use a lot of wood in the building. This is an example of one of our multi-purpose rooms. And the next slide. And this is a beautiful lounge that we were at the end of each of the treatment units. This is a lounge that we have envisioned for the facing the water, where there will be 2 lounge areas at the end of each of the treatment units, and they'll both have fireplaces here. And it's really like a space to relax and for clients to really socialize and engage with each other, but also a place to relax. This slide here, it's really, I wish I could give you a close-up of this, but this is really to demonstrate the type of units that each of the treatment facilities will have. You see the two longest buildings there, that's a treatment center, and each one of these units are designed to have a bed and a washroom and a desk. And so we're really excited about, we really struggled when we had the initial design of whether or not we were going to have more than one person occupied in one room, but we decided it was better for the sake of privacy that all the units would be individual. And some of the challenges we have with designing a place like this and the location is the hydro, because it's single phase access. So we really have to be careful in how we're able to provide all of these services, but also be cognizant of what type of electricity that will be available to our building. And so we're really excited about this initiative. The Healing Center has been a project for Carriers County Family Services for 25 years. And Mabel Louie was one of the founders of providing this service, and it's amazing to see it come into force. All of our community members in the Carriers County territory are pretty excited about the service being provided, and that we're moving from a seasonal service to an all year round facility. And I think that Travis has a long path ahead of him to try to secure, recruit professional staff and to provide services. We, as an organization, the Carriers County Family Services already provides primary care and our addiction services, and really want to expand those services out to this new facility. So look forward to the opening in the early 2025.
So Jeremiah, you got your hand up.
Hello. Is there going to be a gymnasium in that? And also the idea of having single, like people in their rooms by themselves, I don't think it would be a good idea, because the opposite of addiction is connection, right? And so, I mean, like for the fear of people like committing suicide, because you're opening up so much things with people, right? When they choose to go to treatment. So yeah, that's just what I think anyways.
We, before we decided on the structures that we had on site, we did some site visits, and we don't have a gymnasium, but we will have a gym or fitness facility. So there will be some machines there for fitness, but we won't have a gymnasium. We found that one of the site visits that we did, I believe it was in Williams Lake, they mentioned that although they had a gymnasium, they really didn't have a lot of use for it. So we thought that we didn't want to raise funds to have a gymnasium that might have little use. Instead, we focused our building structure to provide like workshop spaces and for activities, and also for activities for the program and services, but also activities for traditional practices. And for the single units, we made a conscious decision on the type of services that we're going to be providing. We're not going to be providing complex cases. And we hope that by not providing the complex cases, that there would be a lower risk of suicide. But also in addition to that, we do have our mental health supports that would provide the services that are required at our facility. Yes, and there will be staff on site to provide the supports.
Is there going to be any family women that want to take their kids with them, or fathers?
Right now, it's designed for single individuals, and for the family support, that was the objective behind the cabins. And so the idea behind the cabins was to really or continuum care means that once they've gone through detox to treatment, and if they need supports, then it's available at the location, but also the supports would be provided within their communities. That's the long-term goal when we're reaching out to families, from my understanding.
One more question there in the back.
Well, community members like myself who have significant clean time be able to volunteer sometimes, so that way people have another alcoholic, say addict, offer support for them. Somebody who's been down the path before of addiction to, come sit in on certain days.
I think that it's definitely something I can bring up with Marilyn Jansen and with Travis Holick, if they wanted to include individuals with experiential knowledge. And I think it's a fantastic opportunity.
Yeah, because there's no therapeutic help like another alcoholic addict helping the next one.
Exactly. Thank you.
So yeah, I just wanted to ask about that. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so we'll call this meeting.
Can I just make one more comment?
Is there another comment?
From me?
No.
Okay.
We'll call this meeting to an end, adjourn the day. We'll resume tomorrow. First on the docket, we'll have Cassandra. Some of the topics that were talked about here in brief relate to Cassandra's presentation. And thank you to all those who presented, first of all. Secondly, those who participated on the floor. Lots of valuable questions and feedback that was given to the staff and chief and council. With that, call this meeting adjourned tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow, 10 o'clock sharp.